ladies and gentlemen, after about nearly 4.5 hours, it is time to finally talk WrestleMania 41. Ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be awesome because we have a lot to talk about over the course of this show. There are 2 nights, of course, and for WrestleMania Saturday and Sunday, Allegiant Stadium, Las Vegas, Nevada. Some matches we're excited for, others maybe not so much, and others were like, well, what just happened here? Well, there's always a lot to talk when it comes to that. This is WWE's first time having WrestleMania at Allegiant Stadium, but not the first time they've ever actually been at Allegiant Stadium, as they were at the at the stadium a few years ago for SummerSlam. And in that case, they had only half the stadium open for that because they had the rest of it tarped off. In this case, part of it's tarped off because of a gigantic freaking hotel-looking stage we got coming up. So keep an eye out for that, folks. I'm just hoping for a fantastic show. I know a lot of people are saying it doesn't feel like WrestleMania, but I'm always optimistic about what we got. So that's the most important thing about this. Hope everybody is still here with us right now because that was a long 4.5 hours talking about the Hall of Fame and NXT Stand and Deliver. But hey, you know what? This is all about the fun games. This is what we do, and this is the reason why the podcast exists. To have a good time, entertain the audience, and just hang out as friends, talking wrestling. That's what we do. So, here's how things are gonna go. We're not gonna talk in the order of the nights. We're talking in order of non-title matches to title matches, with the exception, of course, of the main events. The main events will be the last 2 matches we'll talk about, because one is a triple threat non-title match, the other, of course, is a championship match. And I guarantee once we get into the matches, we'll have quite a bit to talk about for each of them. So with that being said, for everybody here at the podcast, who's ready to talk WrestleMania?
Yeah, let's do this. Woo! Let's go.
Oh, hell yeah.
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 Yeah. Yeet, 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 yeet.
Chicken.
Everybody, chicken jockey.
Also,
Fancy.
sidebar, speaking of yeet, and it rhymes with it, one of the fucking theme songs for this year, the Travis Scott one, all I hear is feet when it starts. That's all I hear.
Every
Feet.
time I
Feet. That's it.
Every time I hear that song, I always think of, I keep thinking I hear Fiend, as in the Fiend Bray Wyatt.
Yeah, true, yeah. R.I.P. to the GOAT.
Yep.
Yeah, we let you break.
Believe me, the Mania themes this year, I think they are just all right. Not really what I would have chosen, but it is what it is.
Yep. And despite the fact that Travis Scott's Fiend is the main theme, we have a secondary theme called Timeless, and no, we're not referencing Tony Storm here. It's a song from, once again, for the 6th year in a row, The Weeknd.
Seriously, at this point, he's got to show up at Mania itself at this point.
He could do a full-on
well.
He could do a full-on concert during the pre-show with those same songs that he's been using. Because
We're in the middle of the show.
And then again, the weekend will be in its natural habitat with a half-empty arena.
yeah, what?
That's what you me.
Well, I guess in a sense, it does make sense for the Weeknd to have his songs at WrestleMania because it takes place over the course of an entire weekend.
Oh, you're funny.
That's happened at literally every WrestleMania since the 2-night format began.
Yeah.
Of course.
Fair enough.
The Weeknd also used a song for Crown Jewel in 2021, not to mention, of course, one for Survivor Series in 2016 when I was there in Toronto, False Alarm.
Oh, that song was so good.
Yep. I was sitting there in the crowd questioning what the hell is with that. I hope we never hear this artist again. And, whoops.
Yeah, you might have jinxed it, mate.
Yep, that was my own fault, folks. I'm the reason why the Weeknd is here permanently. Oh,
You can send all
well.
your hate mail to the Losers Lounge studio at Parts Unknown.
Indeed, parts unknown. So you'll never find us. Haha. So,
Yeah.
everybody here ready to talk the matches we got? Because we got 13 matches here. technically
Go.
13 matches, but there's actually one thing we're going to talk about first. It's not even an official match. It's an unknown situation. It's Randy Orton. Randy Orton was supposed to face Kevin Owens at WrestleMania. However, Kevin Owens has legitimate neck surgery that he needs to get. And as a result, not only is he not going to be able to compete at WrestleMania this year, but he may not compete at all again. And that's why it's a scary situation. I feel honestly similar to where we were when Edge suffered his injury in 2011. Well, then again, he suffered the injury long before that. It was just in 2011 where he was forced to retire for 9 years. So that's why I'm like, this could very well be potentially the end of his career. I mean, we're still believing that, Big E could be at the end of his career because it's been over 3 years since he had his neck injury. And
damn,
he's nowhere near close to being cleared, if he ever will be.
And I know another similar sort of situation was with Saraya back in the day. I mean, she managed to recover sort of thing, but obviously that can't be the case for everyone.
And then, of course, there's Daniel Bryan.
Don't remind me of that. Don't remind me of that.
That's okay. It only lasted like 2 years.
It was forced to retire too. We're not going to talk about that. Anyway.
Anyway, yeah. So, as a result, Randy Orton doesn't have a match at WrestleMania. However, he's been begging for one because this year's WrestleMania is his 20th time competing at WrestleMania, should he have a match. So,
wow.
Only 2 other people, I'm not kidding, only 2 other people have had more matches at WrestleMania than him. Those 2 are Triple H and The Undertaker. Triple H has had 23 matches. The Undertaker has had 27. So,
damn.
That is why this is a very interesting situation. We've had moments in WrestleMania history where somebody's going into Mania without an opponent. Like, for example, well, actually, there was only one occasion where someone went in without an opponent, and that was Seth Rollins in 2022. But however, there's been times where somebody was feuding with somebody by themselves, like Bray Wyatt with The Undertaker, or, frick, who else was it? There's a John Cena with The Undertaker, Kevin Owens and Stone Cold
that one was
Steve.
basically like with Cena. I think what I remember was that Cena, he was feuding with The Undertaker, but The Undertaker wasn't showing up, and it looked like he wasn't going to fight The Undertaker, so he had to be a fan at first.
Mm-hmm. Then, of course, like I mentioned, Kevin Owens feuding with Stone Cold Steve Austin by himself in 2022. But in my opinion, Seth Rollins did it better than all of them because he feuded with literally no one, and it was one of the best stories leading into that Mania. Of course, that ended up being the arrival of the American Nightmare Cody Rhodes. So, but the fact that Seth Rollins could literally feud with absolutely nobody and it was still one of the best storylines really showed how capable he is. Because it was so entertaining to see him try to get a match at Mania and failing. And then finally there was that segment with Vince McMahon in his office, and that was awesome. Especially when he was dancing on the table. That was so funny. So, Randy Orton is taking...
bullshit.
Yeah. Randy Orton is taking on someone, or maybe he's taking on somebody, because he doesn't have an official match as of this podcast recording. As of this podcast recording, SmackDown is yet to happen. It could very well be announced there, or Nick Aldis will probably tell him, I got you an opponent, and you'll have to wait till WrestleMania Sunday. I say Sunday because Saturday's got 7 matches, but Sunday has only 6 matches, so it only makes sense if it's on Sunday.
Yeah, it really does.
So in this case, what I'm going to do, folks, since let's be honest, I think it is going to happen. Randy Orton will have a match at WrestleMania, right now against an unknown opponent. I'm going to go through each of you, and I'll be asking you who you think said opponent will be, and whether or not that person will win, or if Randy will win. It's a simple thing like that. So for that case, TYLORE, I'll actually start with you. Who is going to be Randy Orton's opponent, and will said opponent win?
Yeah, this is an interesting one, especially with the scenario we've got here. I mean, hopefully Kevin Owens can get well soon. Hopefully the surgery all goes well and that kind of thing. But because of that, we've reached this scenario where Randy Orton doesn't have an opponent for WrestleMania. And there's a lot of ways you can go with this. I mean, Nick Aldis is definitely a pretty good way to go with it. I mean, considering the fact that he RKO'd him again. Although, since he already paid the fine last time and doubled it, yeah, he was pretty good there. But, yeah, that could be a good scenario. I'd be intrigued to see that. And there's a lot of ways you could go for. However, I don't see it being Nick Aldis. Even though I would love it to be Nick Aldis, I don't know. I just don't really see it. I see it being someone else who's been having these vignettes as of late, and it's basically confirmed that we are going to see very soon the return of what was hopefully known as the Dark Father, Aleister Black. That's right, we haven't seen Aleister Black in a very long time in WWE. In fact, funny thing was, the last time we saw Aleister Black in WWE, he was in the middle of a storyline, the whole Dark Father storyline sort of thing, and they just cut it short, released him, and then just a few weeks later, boom, he was in AEW. But now, he's coming back to WWE, and I think it's amazing to see him back, because he was one of the best parts of the Black and Gold era of NXT, and even with his main roster booking, while it wasn't great, he still looked like a top-tier star. So I think him coming back, bringing back that sort of darker sort of side things, like the more gothic sort of elements to WWE, I think that will be fantastic to see in the prog, because we haven't really seen anyone in a long time who had that sort of gothic styling to them. So I'm glad to see Aleister coming back. And honestly, I don't care who would win between Aleister and Orton. Like, I honestly feel like this is the kind of match where you could give the rub to Aleister. I mean, look, Orton absolutely should win at Mania most of the time. Absolutely. But I don't know. If it is going to be Aleister, then I would have Aleister beat Orton. But if it's going to be Aldis, like what some people might be thinking, then it could always be an Orton victory. And hell, I mean, Solo Sikoa is looking to be getting involved here. That if that's the case, then Orton probably would win that. I don't know for sure. But personally, I'd like it to see it be the return of Aleister Black. And I think when he does return, give him that win, establish him even further as a top-tier threat, and believe me, I think he'll make a great addition to the main event scene, 100%.
All right. hell of an analogy, that's for sure, because I can understand, like, Aleister Black has been rumored to show up. We've been seeing these vignettes all over, and the other time we saw a vignette was for Rey Fenix, but he's already here, so unless he's going to be, like, some big opponent, or it could be the returning Rusev for all we know, but we briefly mentioned him when we came to the Andre the Giant Battle Royal, so there's a lot of possibilities of what could happen, and that's why I'm saying, like, after I'm done recording this podcast, after you guys are probably done with this podcast, we're all just going to kick back, we're just going to relax, and we are going to enjoy the weekend and see what happens. However, folks, remember, keep your expectations low, just a little bit, because you don't want to go overboard and disappoint yourself, to which you're going to blame WWE for something that was probably never meant to be. So, yeah.
Oh, yeah. As someone who's seen their fair share of gaming presentations and that kind of thing, you do have to keep your expectations low, because sometimes you may have a big reveal that's amazing, other times it's something small that you may go, huh?
Yeah. In the meantime, Heel Balor, I'll go with you next. What is your thoughts? Who do you think could be Randy Orton's opponent in this match, and will said opponent win?
Regardless if Randy wins or loses his match, him being on WrestleMania is always a great thing to happen. As for his opponent, Tyler pretty much said it there. I do think it will be Aleister Black. regardless if he wins or loses, having him show up on WrestleMania just like Cody did all those years ago would be pretty cool, honestly. And him rising up from the stage, whatever, seeing him back, plus, come on, man, the Black Mass and the RKO, come on, which one's going to strike first? I welcome that. I welcome that as a post-WrestleMania feud down the road. But, yeah, I think it's going to be Aleister Black, honestly.
All right. That should be good. Steep, I'll go with you next. Who do you think could very well be Randy Orton's opponent, and will he win?
There's the whole thing of doing, what Seth did a couple years ago. Randy's in the ring at Mania waiting for his opponent, Aleister, Rusev, whoever it could be. Honestly, what I think is going to happen is if we find out his opponent Friday, during SmackDown, I think it will be, Nick Aldis, who just comes out and said he just fed up with everything that, has been going on, and, that he's just tired of it, and, he's getting in the ring with Orton to mean business. Honestly, I could also see, I think this spot here with Orton should be, give a chance to someone who should be on Mania, that's not on Mania, or Carmelo Hayes, Grayson Waller, Theory, something like that. I mean, if we were to choose, me personally, I would want someone like Melo or Waller be the one facing Randy. But what I do think is going to happen, my initial pick, I'm going to say Nick Aldis. He's just going to say, I've had enough of it. If people don't want to take me seriously, he's going to get in the ring with Randy and show them why you should take him seriously.
All right. Dustin, I'll go with you next. Who do you think, what's your thoughts on this situation with Randy Orton, and who do you think could be Randy Orton's opponent?
So, Randy Orton was supposed to have a match at WrestleMania against Kevin Owens, but unfortunately had to get canceled because Kevin Owens ended up suffering a neck injury. We wish all the best for Kevin Owens in his recovery. Hopefully we get him back in the ring way sooner than the timetable is telling. But that leaves the question, who does Randy Orton face at WrestleMania? Nothing has been announced. There's been teases everywhere about who could be the opponent and all that sort of stuff. I have two people in mind that I think should face Randy, and there's different outcomes for both. My number one hope is Nick Aldis, because Nick Aldis has said before in interviews that if he was to wrestle in a WWE ring, he would want to face Randy Orton. I think Nick Aldis wouldn't lose anything in a loss. I think he'd be just fine. And Randy can finally get his first pay-per-view win since returning from his back injury. But the other person that I also would like to see is Aleister Black. But if that were to happen, Aleister Black would have to win. No, it would be his first match back since leaving the company in the early 2020s. Aleister Black has been heavily teased for the past month that he's going to return. I would love to see Randy and Aleister. I'd love to see Randy and Nick Aldis. The one match that got teased on SmackDown this past Friday is Solo Sikoa. And please, God, no, I do not want that match. But if it were to happen, it'd be an easy win for Randy. So I wouldn't complain all too much. But the two that I'm hoping for is Nick Aldis or Aleister Black. But if it's Nick Aldis, I'm going Randy Orton to win. If it's Aleister Black, Aleister, I think, should win.
All right. Leo, I'll go with you next. Who do you think could very well be Randy Orton's opponent, and will he win at WrestleMania?
I mean, this is an interesting situation because it's just 3 weeks out. Randy's match is canceled because of unfortunate circumstances with Kevin Owens. But you know what? Kevin's health comes first. So, for Randy, everyone said thinking it's gonna be Nick Aldis. I don't think it's gonna be Nick Aldis because Nick Aldis retired, quote unquote, before coming to the WWE. And like, if he is gonna wrestle, like, you want to build that up. Like, you don't just want to throw it out the window. Like, sure, this is WrestleMania, but like, you want to build that up. Like, you build like probably a SummerSlam, not with just like 2 to 3 weeks build. So there's like general manager having to come out of retirement to face one of his wrestlers that's not respecting him. Like that's something to build to with many months. Like for instance, Steve Austin and Vince McMahon. Like they teased matches on Raw, but like their first official match didn't happen until like a year later. So I'm pretty sure it'll be a surprise opponent for Randy, and it's most likely going to be Aleister Black, like because they've been doing all these vignettes to tease him. Like, sure, they say like the number's going to be like on a date, and it's saying like the SmackDown after WrestleMania, but I think they're going to scrap that and just say like, you know what, like just come at WrestleMania and we'll do this big match return for you. And is he going to win? I mean, I can see it happen, but I wouldn't be shocked if they just let Randy win.
So Leo, you remember that? Remember back what you had talked about with those numbers and everything? Notice how the number that was mostly used was 4. And remember when Aleister Black, before he got released, he was reading this book, this type of weird ass book, and the last chapter that he was on before he got released was 4. That should be a clue right there.
Yeah, I got a feeling we might be seeing the return of the Dark Father.
Yep. But anyways, though, KESHAWN, I'll actually let you go next. Your thoughts on who Randy Orton's opponent could be, and will he win?
There's a part of me like the fan, like part of me wants this because I'm a fan of this dude. I wanted to be Carmelo. I really do, but knowing this company, they're probably gonna swerve us. Like they're probably gonna do what they did with Cena against the Undertaker. Like at first they're gonna tease something, and then like bring out completely different wrestler before the actual opponent shows up. Like remember when he thought that Undertaker was gonna show up, but then out came Elias first, and then he was about to leave, and then that's when the Undertaker showed up.
Yep.
I feel like Nick Aldis, he's gonna be like, you're gonna face somebody, but it's not gonna be me. Like he's gonna be in the ring talking to Randy. He's gonna make him think that he's about to wrestle, but then all of a sudden Carmelo Hayes' theme song plays, and we think it's him, but then the lights go out. The lights come out. We hear some chanting, and then the lights come back up, and who's behind Randy? The same douchebag that's right next to me, Aleister Black.
Right next to you? What are you talking about? He's not right there.
Okay, seriously, this isn't funny. Where the fuck did he just go?
I think you're seeing things, man. We haven't seen him.
You're all right, buddy.
He came in and disappeared.
I think he's losing his mind.
No one else is in here besides us.
Yeah, I think he's losing his mind. This is insane.
Be fair, Christian. You can't lose what you never had.
Nah, y'all are not about that gaslight me. I know what I just saw.
Too late.
You need a sip of water or something?
Yeah, do you need something?
Nah, I know for a fact what I saw. This dude appeared behind me, picked me, and now he's not here.
I mean, to be fair, I've seen a similar situation. Adam Cole.
Where the fuck is he?
Yeah, he used to up until I shot him, he always broke into my Sins videos. Those were crazy times. Anyways, though, we're going to keep going. And we still got one more person left to talk about this. Beast, your thoughts on who Randy Orton's opponent could be, and will he win?
It's not going to be Aleister Black. I don't think so. I think Aleister's going to show up on the SmackDown after Mania. I think it's going to be somebody from a wrestling company who was a very prominent fixture in that wrestling company, the same wrestling company that Randy Orton's father and grandfather were prominent fixtures in. I'm talking about the former NWA World's Heavyweight Champion, the man who held the title for over 1,000 days, Nick Aldis.
I'll be honest, I thought you were going somewhere entirely different, and then you went Nick Aldis.
I think it's gonna be Nick Aldis. I think on Friday, Nick's gonna be like, I found an opponent for you, but you're gonna have to wait until Mania to see who it is. And everyone's like, oh, who is it? Oh my God, is it gonna be Aleister Black? Is it gonna be the chicken jockey? I don't know. And it's Nick Aldis. And Nick would have his first match back in a while at WrestleMania against a third-generation wrestler who his father and grandfather were in the same wrestling company that Nick was in, obviously at a different time because Nick's not that old. But it would be a good little history moment, I think, for one of the longest reigning NWA World's Heavyweight Champion of all time to go against one of the members of the Orton family.
Well, the reason why I'm not really sure if it's going to be Nick Aldis is because Randy Orton has already hinted at it.
That's fair. Which, it would be a little predictable. And, ladies and gentlemen, sidebar, do apologize if I sound like I'm dying. I don't want to give away the magic of editing, but we're recording this the day after we recorded our Hall of Fame and Stand and Deliver predictions, and I had a wicked allergy attack that night, so I am currently dying.
Yeah, so if anybody
I do apologize.
So if anybody thinks we're doing this very long podcast all in one take, nope, we never were.
Spread it out over 2 days, and my allergies were like, yeah, you can go fuck yourself with that.
Yeah. Allergies happen, folks. We're in that time of the season.
Oh, it's going to be wonderful. It's going to be a great allergy season. It's great. But I do think it's going to be Nick, and it's understandable why people think it might not be, because it would be a little predictable. I'm fine with it being Aleister or even Rusev or somebody else. I personally think it's going to be Nick, but I would not be shocked if it's Aleister Black.
All right. And with that being said, folks, we're going to move on to the next match. This match is very interesting, a very personal feud. Trust me, it is very personal. But it's also historic, too. And that is Naomi versus Jade Cargill. The first time that women have an actual one-on-one professional wrestling match without a title on the line at WrestleMania in the 41 years of its existence. That is a fact.
How has it taken this long for that to be the case?
I have no idea. I mean, I was calling for several other matches to be the case. I think I remember saying that, 2020, all before COVID ever became a thing. I thought maybe, Ronda Rousey'd return from, being absent since WrestleMania 35, and she would actually have the one-on-one singles match with Becky at WrestleMania after Becky loses the title and everything. That obviously did not happen. And then there were other occasions where we were like, hey, this match could happen. It could be the first, non-title one-on-one women's match at WrestleMania. Because over the years, the women have either been in, title matches, 6-woman tags, 8-woman tags, 10-woman tags, battle royals, or, for some reason, pillow fights. Those damn Playboy matches, those damn Playboy stipulation matches were just stupid. And a lot of people want to go as far to say, no, those count as the first, one-on-one women's non-title match. Go fuck yourself. This ain't that wasn't wrestling. No, because
that had a gimmick.
Yeah, that wasn't a wrestling. That was just a gimmick thing. This is an actual wrestling match with Jade Cargill and Naomi. A feud that's been going on for several months. And I honestly think that this is absolutely fantastic. It's absolutely perfect. And I don't think it's also being done to tell people, okay, shut up, we're going to give you your match. Because no, if that would have been the case, then this WrestleMania card would have been a whole lot different. Trust me on that.
The story going into this one-on-one match is fucking awesome.
Yeah, it really is because like Jade Cargill debuted at last year's WrestleMania. Had her debut match at last year's WrestleMania, not counting the Royal Rumble match. But
Yeah.
and she teamed with Bianca Belair and Naomi. They faced off against Damage Control, and then afterwards Jade and Bianca went on to become tag champs. As time went on, Naomi got jealous because Jade was with Bianca instead of her with Bianca, so she attacked her, and they set up this whole thing. And let's be honest, from the moment Jade got attacked, we were already like, it's Naomi, wasn't it?
Not me.
Really? Who'd you think it was, Bianca?
I'll get to that in a second.
Very well. But regardless, yeah, Jade Cargill was found on a car windshield. Guess you could say she fell onto a Jade car shield.
I'm kidding.
Okay, yeah, that was horrible. But yeah, so Jade Cargill was absent for several months.
You proud of yourself?
Not
You proud of
really.
yourself for that joke, Christian?
Not really, no. So anyway, yeah, so Jade Cargill was found on the windshield. It was during Bianca's match that it happened. Naomi was conveniently nowhere to be found, so that's why I was like, it was either Bianca or it was Naomi. Or Bianca instructed Naomi to do it, I don't know. So this went on. Naomi replaced Jade as the tag team champion with Bianca Belair. And then at the Elimination Chamber, well, Jade Cargill showed up. Cost Naomi the match. Then there was, I love that promo where Bianca got Naomi to tell the truth. I'm like, you could really feel the intensity with the acting, and it was amazing. And I'm glad.
I was actually there for that.
Yeah, I'm glad that. Wait, you actually were there for that?
Yes.
That's awesome. I was in the crowd for when Jade showed up at the chamber too, because my kingdom. So that's awesome. We were both at great shows.
And legit, I shit you not, the second that I don't know if the cameras picked this up or not. They probably edited it out. But the second when Naomi's like, I did it. I don't know if the TV picked this chant up or not. But when Naomi said that she did it, I shit you not, the entire arena just exploded with Jade is gonna kill you chant.
Oh really? I didn't hear it,
Yes.
So I guess they edited that out.
It was Philly, so I expected them to.
Yeah. Yeah. So, the one thing I'm also thankful for is this wasn't just used for a random match on SmackDown. This is actually happening at WrestleMania. This is a match that absolutely deserves to be on WrestleMania. Jay deserves it, and so does Naomi. Naomi's got a new character gimmick going along, and I'm excited for how this is going to go. Okay, Sean, since you were saying something, I'll actually start with you then. Your thoughts on Jade Cargill versus Naomi?
Honestly, I'm actually pretty. I didn't expect to be this hyped for that match involving these two, but goddamn WWE, they actually made me actually fucking excited for this. Especially with how, because I know exactly how physical this match is gonna be, and I don't know if y'all seen it or not, but they've been going back and forth with each other on Twitter, and I gotta say. It is the most petty shit that's going on right now. Like Jay was talking about Naomi possibly getting a BBL and shit, and fucking Naomi was like the only person that gets this ass is Big Jim, and they just keep going back and forth and shit. But I gotta say, that shit is kind of funny. And with this story going on, especially with me being there and seeing her and seeing Naomi just get the shit beat out of her by Jade in Philly. Oh yeah, they are gonna beat the shit out of each other. As to who I think is gonna win, I'm gonna go with Jade.
Alrighty. Huh. Alright, we're going to move on now to the next one. Beast, I'll get your thoughts on Jade Cargill versus Naomi.
Like I said before, I started talking. I think I think the story for this match is fucking awesome. I loved seeing the slow burn build of Naomi getting jealous. I love the swerve they did. That was Liv and Raquel. You thought it was gonna be Liv and Raquel who attacked Jade. And I loved the promo between Bianca and Naomi, where Naomi admitted it. And then Jade obviously coming back and wrecking Naomi's shit. I loved it all, man. It was fucking awesome. And I'm glad that this one-on-one match is actually happening at Mania. It's crazy that it's the first women's match that is no stipulation or no title. It's just a straight-up wrestling match. It's crazy that's the first time this ever happened at Mania for the women. That's insane to me. But I'm glad it's going to happen with this match because the story is immaculate. I think Jade is going to go over and really give her that babyface push. However, I would not be mad at Naomi going over and giving her also that asshole dickhead push. I think Naomi is fantastic as a heel. She's doing great heel work. And I think Jade, you know, they kind of did two swerves. I mean, Jade coming back and attacking Naomi. Oh shit, is Jade heel? But actually, it turns out Naomi was heel, and Jade being this conquering hero, like, you know, fuck you. You beat me up. You cost me months of my career. That's dope. It's the Shawn Triple H thing, you know. I think it's great, and I think it's definitely overdue for the women to have a worthy non-title singles match with a great story at WrestleMania. And either way it's going to go is going to be awesome. I think Jade should go over, but I would not be mad at Naomi going over as well.
All right. We're going to move on now to heel Balor. I'll get to you next. Your thoughts on Jade Cargill versus Naomi.
Some of that Naomi cut a few weeks ago is very good. Naomi really works well as a heel. Whether it's babyface, whether it's heel, she works very well in both roles. I've been enjoying this rivalry very much, honestly. And, you know, them having this match at WrestleMania should be fun. And, you know, I know people could say, like, oh, well, it's just on the card, being sick on the card. That is true. But I think they're going to go out there and have a very fun match. And, you know, no 5-star class and shit over the heck people are talking about nowadays. But it's gonna be something. And I got Jade Cargill winning this match, but I don't think it's the end of the rivalry. I think that they're gonna have a rematch with Backlash. So for now, I got Jade Cargill winning.
All right, TYLORE, I'll get your thoughts now on Jade Cargill versus Naomi.
Well, believe me, this has been quite a roller coaster. Yeah, this whole whodunit storyline of, like, who attacked Jade has been quite interesting. I mean, a lot of people were thinking it was Naomi. I was thinking it was Bianca because, I mean, it kind of made sense. And plus, I mean, after Jade Cargill made her debut in WWE, and with everything that was building to with Jade and Bianca together, all that, everybody, including myself, was thinking, oh, they're going to do the match. They're going to do the match. They're going to do the match that everyone's wanted to see. Like, everyone had been thinking about Jade versus Bianca for the longest time. But I think it's interesting how they decided to swerve us in this interesting direction here with the story by having it be Naomi who revealed that I attacked Jade sort of thing. Although I don't think that answers the full story, and I'll get to that in a bit, but yeah, it's been an interesting story, I will say. I have been enjoying it. Like, it has been a lot of fun to see how this goes. And I'm intrigued to see how the match plays out, and especially seeing Naomi's presentation, because for the longest time, Naomi, and even when she was Trinity in TNA, she went with the whole glow thing and the whole sort of neon lights and all that. And honestly, that worked great for her as a babyface, but now I think it looks like she's going back to her Team Bad era stylings, which, you know what, like, some people may not appeal to that, but you know what, if done right, I think that kind of look would work really well for Naomi in general, and I'm intrigued to see her new theme song, if that's the case, and just everything about what the presentation's going to look like for Naomi moving forward. So that's going to be interesting. The match itself is going to be very hard-hitting. It is going to be fantastic. I mean, Naomi as a competitor is really good. like, people don't give her much credit for it, but she's fantastic. I mean, go back to her stuff in TNA, and you'll see how great of a competitor she has been all along. And, like, Jade Cargill, she has grown as a competitor since her arrival to WWE. Like, she has been fantastic. So, for Jade to get such a big spot on the Mania card, and so is Naomi, too, getting such a big spot, yeah, I think that's really good for them. In terms of who I've got winning this match, I gotta give it to Jade Cargill. It makes so much sense for it to be Jade. Like, Jade is the one that I think should definitely have that momentum going into the future, especially if, like, future plans come into play. However, I think post-match, post-match, Jade is going to keep going after Naomi. She's going to keep going up with the strike sort of thing. And what does Naomi do? Well, she grabs a microphone and she's basically like, all right, Bianca did it. Because I think, in terms of, like, the direction of, like, this whole whodunit thing, I think we're going in a similar vein to the Stone Cold run over sort of story, where, like, yes, there was someone who actually committed the whole thing, but there was a mastermind at the top. And I think that mastermind was Bianca. And
or like when fucking Lance Storm tried to run over Goldberg, and he's like, wait, I did it, but it wasn't. But I was told to do it by Jericho.
Yes, that too. Seriously, many whodunit stories have always had, like, not just, like, the perpetrator, but also a mastermind of who did it. And let's be honest here, Bianca turning heel is, like, an inevitability at this point, so I think it's safe to say, I think that's the direction that they're going, and I think that's how we get that direction, so that we can finally get the Jade Cargill-Bianca Belair match. Now, how does that all play into the story going forward? I'll save that for when we get to the women's world title triple threat. But let's just say, I'm intrigued to see how this match goes, and I will say, I'm intrigued to see what they do for the post-match, if there even is, like, a post-match thing. So, yeah.
Alright, Dustin, I'll go with you next, man. Your thoughts on Jade Cargill versus Naomi.
This is history in the making for these two women. I am excited to see this match between Naomi and Jade Cargill. Jade Cargill has been one of my favorites ever since she came to WWE from AEW. And Naomi has been doing some fantastic work with this heel character. I cannot express it enough how good she's been ever since turning heel. I just hate to say that Naomi's going to get obliterated in this match. It's not going to be a full-out squash. I think Naomi will get some offense in, but I do think Jade Cargill will end up winning this match, because I think in the near future, Bianca Belair will be the next one that Jade will go after. And I also have a feeling she'll be going after Charlotte sooner rather than later, too. Little teaser for another prediction later. I do think Jade should go over here, but if Naomi goes over, that'd be a shock of a century. I do have Jade Cargill going over in the match, but both have been doing some extremely good work, and I can't wait to see what the future holds for both of them.
All right. I gotta tell you guys, this is amazing. Everything that we've got going on here with WrestleMania, we're just getting started for this. Of course, we're several hours into the podcast, but hey, it's all cool. In the meantime, Leo, your thoughts on Jade Cargill versus Naomi?
This is the most intriguing, at least one of the most intriguing stories going into WrestleMania. With the classic, who done it? Turns out to the one who attacked you and cost a lot of time off your career is someone you considered a friend. And all due to jealousy, in a way, at least what it looks like for now. There's still some layers that could be added in later, but you know what? I've always respected Naomi as an amazing competitor and as a talent, like acting wise and whatnot, and not just wrestling. And Jade, like I've always liked her. Even when she started in AEW, I mean, her first ever match was teaming with Shaq, but even that she always showed like, hey, she's better than what you see, and she's got so much better up to this point. I think it's finally time to go solo. Like after the whole year of being like tethered to Bianca, and this match with Naomi is gonna showcase that. And who's gonna win? I mean, obviously, it gotta be Jay. Like it'd be like kind of foolish to like at the biggest stage that the one who was wronged and was taken out for months lost. The only way I would see Naomi winning is by disqualification, because Jade wins but continues to beat up Naomi after the match and gets the referee's decision reversed. But I don't really see that happening. I just see Jade Cargill picking up the win definitively and then walking away.
All right. And of course, Steep, your thoughts on Jade Cargill versus Naomi?
I gotta say, I'm not like the most hyped up for this, but I will admit the story and the overall build has really paid off. It hasn't been bad at all. This classic story of like, this jealousy, and then that kind of drove you to, it burns like fire and drives you to do crazy things, and envy and all that. And that's what Naomi was in this situation. And I wasn't really expecting, I'm not saying like I thought this build was going to be like bad or anything. I just, it's better than what I had expected it to be. And it really has, turned something worth of, this being a Mania match. When first hearing about Mania 41, I really thought Jade's opponent was going to be Bianca, but, that's, she's in some other stuff we'll get into later, and they're just going to say that for some other time. But no, this Naomi has really been doing, some of the greatest work she's been so far, and I really am liking this feud and looking forward to the match. I have Bianca winning, and they're in, not Bianca, excuse me, sorry. I have Jade Cargill winning, and their social media interactions and all that have just been really fun to watch. That one promo with Bianca and Naomi, that that was something out of TV, a soap opera. It was very compelling, and you could feel what they were feeling. They absolutely, with the tears and everything, that was acting through the roof. Something you would get from a movie. And so I have Jade Cargill winning, and this really has been one to look forward to.
Yeah. So we're gonna go from this match to another match, which I'll be honest, I'm excited for. Mostly because I've been waiting to talk about this legendary wrestler for so long. We're finally talking about El Grande Americano making his debut at WrestleMania as he takes on Rey Mysterio. One legendary luchador versus another.
This should be a fun one.
Yep. We've been waiting to talk about El Grande Americano for a while, and it's so amazing that he finally gets his moment at WrestleMania, apparently after decades of wrestling. I think he's been wrestling before WrestleMania was even a thing. He really takes good care of himself. He looks really young. He honestly looks like as young as Chad Gable. I think that's amazing. So I think that's just proof that he really takes good care of himself. So we should all give him a lot of respect for that. El Grande Americano taking on Rey Mysterio after, let's be honest, he's helped joined up with American Made. He's helping out even when Chad Gable was sick. So it's amazing that we got to see this whole thing. I think this time I'll actually start with you, Heel Balor. What is your thoughts on the legendary El Grande Americano taking on Rey Mysterio?
Well, first of all, El Grande Americano is a great wrestler, 5-star matches and stuff. He is one of the best of all time. Hope Chad Gable's doing good. I hear he's sick. I hope he's doing okay. He's probably still in his exhibition in Mexico. It's all good. But this new superstar, this new professional wrestler coming in, Grande Americano, is going to win all the championship gold. He's going to become a multi-time world champion. He's going to win the Royal Rumble. He's going to main event multi WrestleManias. He's going to have a good old-fashioned time. As for Chad Gable is, we have no idea. As for Rey Mysterio, number 2, as I call him, that does not mean shit to me. No, that means like he's number 2 because number 1 is Big Dave. Shout out to Big Dave. Anyways, honestly, this match I think was put on the card because Randy Orton and Kevin Owens obviously isn't happening. So I think they slide this match in here because I personally, I've seen on my YouTube video, that's subscribed by the way, that this match was put on here because of Orton and KO not happening, and I think this match was supposed to probably happen on the Raw after WrestleMania, but that's neither here nor there. I know a lot of people think, and understandably, with this whole Grande Americano character, it's kind of controversial, understandably. But I'm just glad, honestly, that the guy behind the mask is on the show. I don't care, honestly, about where it goes next. I think this will be like a short-term thing, honestly, to be honest with you guys. I'm just glad the person behind the character, behind the mask, wherever it may be, is on the card because he was shafted from last year's WrestleMania. He was shafted in becoming Intercontinental Champion. And
what the hell are you talking about?
Yeah. What are you on about, Mike?
Not now, seriously. Shaq Gable was shafted last year and what he was supposed to do.
You making assumptions now?
Seriously, what in the name of me is this dude on about?
Wow. But in all seriousness, I think I'm just glad to see, Grande Americano getting his big moment here. So who I think wins? This can go either way, to be honest with you. Grande Americano could win, or Rey Mysterio could win, and I'd be fine either way. But I'm going to go with Rey Mysterio, because why not? Give us number 2.
I wonder if it should be a mask versus mask match.
No.
Nah, yeah, I agree. Not really good.
Do you really want to give away the fact that if it is a mask versus mask, do you really want to give it up? Fuck. God damn it. If it is match versus match, do you really want to give away the result that Rey Mysterio is obviously going to win?
No.
Exactly.
Fair point. Fair point indeed. Okay.
Tony Schiavone telling everyone that Mankind was going to win the WWF title?
Whoops.
Yeah, that'll put some butts in the seats.
I very well hope so. This place still needs to sell out. Anyway,
well.
Yep, we're gonna move on now. So, Steep, I'll go with you next. Your thoughts on Rey Mysterio versus El Grande Americano?
Oh, El Grande Americano is one of the greatest I've ever seen. And tremendous wrestler. The fact that he's been doing this for decades. Yeah, wow. Just he really does take care of himself. He must be 100-something years old, man. Wow, what a great wrestler. Absolutely tremendous. And I'm going to just cut to it, just going off of what Hill Ballas said and stuff, at the end of the day, I know a lot of people don't like the storyline. I personally do like it. And, the El Grande Americano, no matter what assumption, no matter what, perception people want to have of who he is, who they think he is, at the end of the day, I'm just glad that someone like that is on the Mania card. And especially being in there with someone like Rey Mysterio. Because honestly, if they weren't doing this, I'd probably want to see Rey doing much of anything, on Mania either. But the fact that, El Grande Americano, no matter what, this whole Chad Gable thing and all that, whatever people want to make of it, I'm just glad that this character, this on-screen role, has a part in Mania. Because, someone like that deserves, something like that. Yeah, he hasn't been here that long from what we've seen of him, but El Grande Americano has, he's very entertaining to watch. He's very, he gets these reactions out of people. And the fact that, people are talking about it, whether it's negative or positive, at least it's something. So,
yeah.
However people want to make it out, I mean, I like it. That's just me in my opinion.
Yeah. I really agree with that because, some people are saying, oh, it's a disrespect to Lucha Libre. Others are just having fun with it. And as a result, it's an entertaining thing and people want to see what happens next. So it works. It's the type of publicity that works on both sides.
Absolutely. I do have Rey Mysterio picking up the win on this one, but no, I really want El Grande Americano to stick around. I want to see more of this.
Yep. All right. KESHAWN, I'll go with you next. What's your thoughts on Rey Mysterio versus El Grande Americano?
First of all I can say is El Grande Americano. All I have to say is Nacho Libre who? Fucking Juventud Guerrero who?
Actually, I think he trained Nacho Libre.
And fucking El Generico who? Bow down.
Whoa, why you gotta sully the name of El Generico?
All those bums. I'm kidding. They can all bow down to the true king of Lucha Libre, which is El Grande Americano. And Rey Mysterio, sorry he has to do this to you, but he can humble you. All the weeks of disrespect that you've been showing, oh yeah, you gotta get humble, son. So with that being said, El Grande Americano, he's gonna wipe the floor with Rey Mysterio, and he's gonna add his name to the list of victims that tried to disrespect him and tried to step up to the king of Lucha Libre and got put down. Now do you hear what I'm saying?
Yeah, very loud and clear.
I love him.
That's awesome shit, man. Okay, Dustin, I'll go with you next. Your thoughts on Rey Mysterio versus El Grande Americano?
So, Rey Mysterio versus Chad Gable in the Mask, otherwise known as El Grande Americano. I don't give a flying fuck about this storyline. This storyline sucks to me. This match doesn't deserve to be on Mania. No offense to either one of the two. I think let's be real here. Rey Mysterio's not losing this match. This is just a way to have them unmask this dude and, oh, whoop-de-doo, it's fucking Chad Gable. So, it's Rey Mysterio's gonna win and unmask him. That's all there is. This storyline sucks, and it does not deserve to be on Mania, as do some other matches that we'll get to later.
All right. Leo, I'll go with you next. Your thoughts on Rey Mysterio versus El Grande Americano. And by the way, I just want to say, I love saying it like that.
It's Rey Mysterio versus El Grande Americano. So, to all the people on the internet complaining about this, and pretending to be offended on behalf of Mexicans and luchadors, do me a favor, shut up. As a descendant of Mexican, I am not offended in the slightest. Like this is just an entertaining wrestling story. It's acting. It is not meant to be taken serious. It is goofy. Just enjoy goofiness. How wrestling itself is goofy. It's a bunch of guys in tights slamming each other on a weekly basis. But aside from that little rant, I'm looking forward to it. I know how amazing these two wrestlers are, and hey, Rey Mysterio is one of my goats as well. This El Grande Americano, I'm intrigued to see what he can do on the biggest stage possible. And in the end, as much as I like for El Grande to win, I'm pretty sure Rey Mysterio will pick up the win and in dishonorable way remove the mask of El Grande Americano and reveal to the world what we all know who's under the mask. Obviously, it's Chavo Guerrero.
Chavo Guerrero.
Chavo?
Oh.
I think it's Omos.
What are you talking about? It's freaking John Cena.
Homo sapiens will rise.
Yeah.
For the mandate of the king.
Oh, no, it is not Mr. Heel Balor. There's already someone of a Mexican descent that is of John Cena. His name is Juan Cena.
That's fair. That is fair. All right. Beast, I'll go with you next. What's your thoughts on Rey Mysterio versus El Grande Americano?
I think that this match is going to be quick. I'm not expecting a squash match by any means. What I am expecting is, I mean, they're probably going to have like 10 minutes and it's going to have like some cool lucha shit, lucha things, as Kalisto would say. I got Ray winning. I got Ray going over. And then after the match, I have Ray unmasking El Grande Americano to reveal. I don't know who El Grande Americano is, so I don't know who it would reveal. He's El Grande Americano. Maybe he's me. I don't know. Like he'll unmask El Grande Americano and somebody. Maybe it's Chad Gable.
How do you know it's not me?
This is true. But you're El Grande Canadiano.
I'm not Canadian. I'm Native American.
And plus, to be fair, you're a little too tall to be El Grande Americano.
That's also a good point.
Yeah, true.
Plus, whoever El Grande Americano would probably be, they'll probably be quite an athletic competitor. So,
All right. Regardless, I like your prediction on that, Beast.
I definitely got Ray winning.
Yeah. And finally, of course, TYLORE, your thoughts on Rey Mysterio versus El Grande Americano.
Oh, believe me, I'm having a lot of fun with this story. Now, at first, when we saw what happened, Penta, he managed to take down Chad Gable, and Chad Gable needed to take some time away to learn the dark arts of Lucha Libre. I don't know what exactly those dark arts of Lucha Libre were. Maybe he was training with some people from AAA or CMLL. I don't know.
And I think,
but that's a matter for someone to discuss with Chad Gable.
I think he also, here's the thing, I think he also learned defense against the dark arts.
And who knows, maybe he was training under La Verona.
Yeah, who knows for that? I imagine as well, he probably was helping to train up El Grande Americano for his WWE debut. And believe me, El Grande Americano has been pretty fun. I'm really enjoying him. Now, yes, there is like that whole sort of political tinge to it, but if we take that to one side sort of thing, this has just been fun. Like, this has actually been fun. I'm really enjoying seeing El Grande Americano take on a fair bit of the WWE roster, and I'm intrigued to see how he goes from here. I'm intrigued to see how he'll present himself at WrestleMania, and it's sad that Chad Gable probably wouldn't be able to make it to WrestleMania, but hey, there's always like the Andre Battle Royal for him to be a part of, so he'll be a part of Mania weekend, don't you worry. But hey, El Grande Americano getting the spot, that is just fantastic. We all know who Rey Mysterio is. He is a legend of the business, one of the greatest of all time. And honestly, I'm excited for this match. Like, I think give them like 15 minutes and they'll probably cook up something really fun. And that's the thing with this match. This isn't meant to be taken seriously. This is meant to be a fun comedic match. And hey, comedy and comedic sort of things is like, it's very subjective. Like, everybody has their taste in comedy.
Wait, did you... Like, hold on a second. Did you seriously just say comedy?
Yeah, I botched it. I'm sorry. But...
Hey, botchamania.
Continue.
But, I mean, look, everyone has their taste in comedy. I mean, I, for one, love, like, well, the Australian sort of comedies, like Fat Pizza and Howzo's. But some people may not like it. So it's like, very much, comedy is very subjective. So I think with this, people will have their sort of taste. People will have their sort of opinions, but just expect this to be a silly little match on a show that doesn't really have that many silly little matches to it. So I think this will be a nice little bit of a break from the seriousness. Well, the seriousness and all that jazz. And, you know, just a fun match. Who do I have winning? Well, I've got El Grande Americano getting the win here. I expect El Grande to continue to do his thing for a fair bit of time. I don't know when exactly someone might attempt to take off the mask, which, believe me, I don't know when that'll happen, but honestly, I'm intrigued to see how this match goes, and I think it's going to be a lot of fun.
I agree. Yeah, I really think it is going to be a lot of fun.
Oh, by the way, before we move on, I'm gonna make I'm gonna make sure all of our viewers here feel old. Everyone who's watching this right now, comment down below that when you were a kid, did you ever search up for Rey Mysterio unmasked when you first got into wrestling when you were a kid?
That's a fair point. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm pretty sure we all did at some point. When we first got into wrestling, we were like, huh, I wonder what he looks like.
Yeah. That's what a lot of people usually do when it comes to starting off with being introduced to this sort of thing. So, yeah. All right. We're going to move on now to the next match, which I think is going to be another banger of a match that's been slept on for many reasons. Understandable. And that is the phenomenal AJ Styles taking on, in my opinion, the greatest United States champion of all time, Logan Paul. Big silence. I know that because everybody right now is
Hello, go.
I figured at first, everybody was giving me the look.
And I agree with you.
Thank you, Steve.
Logan's the go. Logo Paul.
Yeah. Indeed. AJ Styles and Logan Paul, they're going to face off at WrestleMania. Let's be honest, I get it. Let's just put it out there right now. Let's be honest. Nobody likes Logan Paul as a person. Of course not. But we love him. I love him as a wrestler. He's honestly as a wrestler, he's one of the best out there. He's the best guy to go from a celebrity to wrestler, right next to Bad Bunny, of course. Which, by the way, I still hope we see a Bad Bunny Logan Paul match somewhere down the line. Fingers crossed one day.
Yeah. Maybe if they do like a pay-per-view in Mexico, maybe we might finally see that. But
Bad Bunny,
who knows?
Bad Bunny is not Mexican.
I mean, wasn't he saying that he wanted to see a pay-per-view in Mexico?
Oh, yes, but Bad Bunny's not Mexican. He's Puerto Rican.
Well, yes, but just in general, I don't know. I'd like to see the match anyways eventually. So, there you go.
I mean, it's understandable to people get confused all the time. After all, people confuse that you're Australian when you're really British. So, anyway, I'm looking forward to this match because anytime AJ Styles or Logan Paul is in the ring, it's always a great match. So put them together and you're making magic. Certified banger. People are only sleeping on it because they don't like Logan Paul on a personal level, so they ignore his actual ability in the ring. That, in my opinion, is just being in denial. So, got my piece out of that one. So what I'm going to do for this case is, Dustin, I will start with you. Your thoughts on AJ Styles versus Logan Paul.
This match I am very excited for, just for the in-ring quality of the two. Logan Paul and AJ Styles. The story hasn't been the best because it's been Karrion Kross carrying the story and not these two. But hey, beggars can't be choosers. I'm going to be excited for the in-ring portion of this match because these two kill it every time in the ring, no matter who they're against. I'm really going to say that this is going to be one of the best matches of the weekend, bar none. Just like how I said that Seth Rollins and Logan Paul 2 years ago was going to be match of the weekend. I am very excited for AJ versus Logan. I have AJ Styles going over because it continues the trend of Logan Paul going back and forth between wins and losses at Mania. Mania 38, he won. 39, he lost. 40, he won. This is the year where he loses. I have AJ Styles going over, and maybe we get him in the IC title picture here soon. Or hell, Logan goes after the IC title or the world title in the future. I don't know. But I'm going with AJ Styles to pick up the win here, and what I think is going to be a fantastic match.
All right. It's a really good one. And now, of course, we're going to move on now to Beast. I'll go to you. Your thoughts on AJ Styles versus Logan Paul.
Now, I may not be the biggest Logan Paul supporter. Quite the opposite, actually. However, with every criticism and dislike that I have towards him, I cannot deny his talent between the ropes. He is a very talented wrestler, which it's almost sickening how talented he is, but he is very talented between the ropes. I have no doubt this match with AJ is gonna fucking slap. I mean, being the fact that Logan being as good as he is between the ropes, and then AJ being obviously AJ fucking Styles, it's gonna be super super enjoyable. I'm gonna give it to AJ because he just returned. I would like to see AJ get one last big push before he calls it a career. I'm not privy to when his contract is up. I'm not privy to any of that shit. What I do know is he has gone on record saying that he's done after this. Like this is the company's going to retire, and I don't know if he's going to renew his contract when it's up. But like when he's done, he's done. He's going to hang it up.
I think he has like 3 years left.
Okay. Which is just enough time for him to get another big push. I would like to see that start here and then get one last hurrah with the main event world championship, whether it's the world title or the WWE title, before he calls it a career. I'd like to see that big push start here again. I think AJ deserves it for everything he's done for the business. You can give it to Logan, yeah, because young guy getting a rub by beating AJ, yes, and it would make people like me very upset. And you know, in a way, Logan would deserve it because he is very talented. But I feel, just for me, because I'm a little biased, because I love AJ a lot, I feel AJ deserves it more because of everything he's done for the business, and to see him get one last big hurrah, one last big push until he calls it a career, and then end it all by having him become the world champion one more time and have a good reign with it, and then whenever he loses it, hang it up. I think that's the way to go.
All right, then. I like that. KESHAWN, I'll go with you next. Your thoughts on AJ Styles versus Logan Paul?
Oh man, this match. A lot of people, like you said, a lot of people have been sleeping on this, John, but you can't deny this match is gonna slap. It's gonna hit like crack in the 80s. And let me just tell you, AJ Styles, he needs no introduction. He's AJ goddamn Styles. This dude, he got a 5-star quality match with anybody. Now put him up with Logan Paul. Oh yeah, you got a masterclass. You got a masterclass just waiting to happen. And let me tell you this. Win or lose, I may be thinking wrong, thinking alone here. But if AJ loses, he's not gonna suffer at all from a loss. He'll bounce back like it's nothing, and then he'll go on and do something else, and until the next time we see Logan again. Maybe they'll do a best of 3 series. Who knows? But what we do know for sure, this match is gonna slap. This match is gonna goddamn slap. And as to who I think is gonna win, I would give it to Logan Paul.
All right.
I just pissed my lady off for saying that.
Probably will. All right. Leo, I'll go with you next. Your thoughts on AJ Styles versus Logan Paul?
I mean, I'm excited for it in a way, but I'm a little cautious with it considering AJ's WrestleMania record. We discussed this last year. Like AJ's, I think we always set the bar so high with him that we always end up disappointed. Like at least with his matches at WrestleMania, but at least with Logan, he's quick, athletic, and enough of a piece of crap heel that you can get the best kind of match with AJ Styles. and they give them like a good amount of time to cook, and I think they'll pull off a great match. Will it be AJ's best WrestleMania match? We'll see. But in the end, I do expect AJ to pick up the win. If anything, based on all this crazy stuff that's been said to him is by one carrying cross and like, oh, if you lose, then you're spitting in the face of us wrestlers in the back and whatnot.
Yeah, craziness. Tyler, I'll go with you next. Your thoughts on AJ Styles versus Logan Paul?
Man, I'll tell you, this is going to be an interesting match. We all know about AJ Styles, the legendary career he has had in the industry, from all the pretty much most of the major promotions in North America and Japan and that kind of thing. Like, when you think of, like, one of the top stars of, like, the 2000s and the 2010s sort of thing, AJ Styles is definitely up there in your sort of rankings. Now, as for Logan Paul, I don't know if this is the first time I'm really talking about him on the podcast, but oh boy, from starting up a drink company to try and compete with Gatorade and Powerade, to taking a bunch of perfectly working Game Boys to destroy them and turn them into a table, yeah, I'm not the biggest fan of him, but I do have to admit, as a wrestler, he's a pretty good wrestler. Like, he really is. Like, look, give him all the shit in the world, and he absolutely deserves it, but looking at him from, like, an in-ring perspective, he is pretty good. Even on the mic, he knows how to generate heat. He knows how to piss off a crowd. And, I mean, I'm surprised how the fans haven't chanted anything about his crypto or anything like that. Because I'm waiting to see Logan do a response to that to the crowd. I'm waiting for that, and that'll eventually come. But
I don't think it will. I don't think it will, to be honest.
Well, who knows for sure? But look, as an in-ring talent, Logan is pretty damn good. As an in-ring talent, AJ Styles is pretty damn good. So when you have two pretty damn good wrestlers going into the same match, you have a Matt Classic on your hands, potentially. And I'm intrigued about that, especially, and this is a spot I really want to see them do in this match. I need to see AJ on one side of the ring, Logan on the other side of the ring. AJ going for the phenomenal forearm, Logan going for the buckshot. Boom! Just the both of them colliding at the exact same time. Oh, that would cook. That would cook. We gotta see that in this match. And I imagine someone's probably tried it in 2K. I don't know if you can try it in 2K, but believe me, I tell you, this is gonna be a fantastic match, and I cannot wait. Who do I think is gonna be winning? Well, I think because of the fact that he just recently returned and is going on a bit of a crusade sort of thing for, like, what his future could be, I got AJ Styles winning it. Like, I think AJ Styles definitely, he doesn't need the rub of, like, beating Logan sort of thing. He doesn't need that. Logan probably needs, like, Logan himself doesn't really need the rub of beating AJ Styles in a way. Like, the both of them don't need the rub of beating each other, but it's like, AJ Styles, I think, is the one who could definitely use this victory pretty well for, like, future stuff. Because, let's be honest here, by the end of the year, I imagine he will be going after one of the two world titles. Preferably a shot at the WWE title, but who really knows for sure. But I gotta say, I'm intrigued to see how this match plays out, and I'm excited for this match in general. Like, look, it may not have had the greatest of builds, and it may not have, like, the greatest of people, but honestly, in-ring wise, you are expecting a Matt Classic, and I think we're going to see that.
All right. Heel Balor, your thoughts on AJ Styles versus Logan Paul?
Not really much to say with this one, but I will say this, people might not like Logan Paul as a person, but this dude is a very fun wrestler to watch. And he's earned his stripes. You went in the ring and stuff like that, and what he's been doing. AJ Styles, one of the greatest of all time, and he's earned his stripes. Like, I think next year's gonna mark, what, 10 years of him being in World Wrestling Entertainment. So holy crap, what an accolade that is right there for him. And there's no story to go along with this one, to be honest with you. I mean, I don't even know what they're fighting over, but hey, it's gonna be a fun night regardless for these two. I'm fine with either one winning, to be honest with you. But I'm gonna go with Logan Paul to win the match, and I think AJ Styles will be completely fine, but I'm going with Logan Paul.
All right. And of course, Steep, your thoughts on AJ Styles versus Logan Paul?
Anyone that knows me knows I love Logan Paul. I've been a fan of Logan for at least a decade now, maybe even more than that. The dude's an all-around athlete. Amateur wrestling, mixed martial arts, jiu-jitsu, boxing to pro wrestling now. This dude's done it all. He really is this, figure in sports. He is tremendously athletic. And AJ Styles is AJ Styles. I mean, what can be said about AJ that has not been said? He's AJ Styles. The dude's been practically everywhere. He's done a lot. But you put the two of them together, there's really going to be a lot that clashes here, and they're two really, really good wrestlers, and this is going to be probably the match of, I think it's on night 2 or so.
It's on Sunday.
Okay, yeah, so I think it's really going to be the match of Sunday, and I'm looking forward to this. Honestly, AJ, he obviously, will be fine whether he wins or loses, but considering the year he just had and just coming back, and I know he's winding down and such, but personally, either person would be fine, no matter who wins or who loses. But, just to kind of give some, spark something back in his career, I'd give it to AJ Styles.
All right. With that being said, folks, we're going to move on to the next match. This is also a match taking place on WrestleMania Sunday. It's a Sin City street fight between Damian Priest and Drew McIntyre. This is a match a lot of people said should not be happening because they're like, Drew deserved better, or Damian deserves better. And that is, let's be honest, I do agree they deserve better, but that doesn't mean that this match shouldn't exist, because honestly, these two always put on a great performance when they were feuding with each other. Not to mention, of course, in a sense, this is a WrestleMania rematch from last year, even if it was only like 15 seconds. Damian Priest last year cashed in the Money in the Bank contract on Drew McIntyre during WrestleMania 40, becoming the second person to do a WrestleMania heist. So, yep, we have a rematch now from last year's WrestleMania. No titles on the line, just pure chaos.
And also, technically, a rematch from Clash of the Castle as well.
Well, that
because
too.
Both of them bowed then, so...
Well, I know that. I'm just talking WrestleMania here. But,
well,
yeah.
in general.
Yeah, in general, yes. They've been feuding, picking out the pieces for the longest time, because even at Money in the Bank they had a competition, because Drew McIntyre tried to get his redemption by cashing in the Money in the Bank contract on Damian Priest during his match with Seth Rollins. Then, of course, that was interrupted by CM Punk. And, I remember being there. That pissed me the hell off, because that's when things started getting really bad for me.
Thank you, Punk, for the best birthday present ever last year with Damian Priest cashing in.
Yep. And I'm looking forward to this, because here's the thing. Even if the way I look at matches at WrestleMania, even if it's something that I didn't really want, I still watch it, because I'm like, what you see is what you get. You can either just be like, oh well, it's not what I wanted, but it's gonna do, or you could just fuck off and just let everybody else enjoy their time, because that's how it should always be with wrestling, no matter what. So, I'm excited for this match, and it's going to be a WrestleMania Sunday. I'm excited for everything that we got going on throughout the weekend. And for this case, I am going to start with... Tyler, I'll start with you since you started ducking a little bit. I'll start with you. Your thoughts on Damian Priest versus Drew McIntyre.
This one... Okay, well, first things first, I was definitely wrong about how I felt about this match going into it, because when we were starting to get the rumors of this match and that kind of thing going into Mania, I was kind of like, why? I felt like Drew McIntyre should have been the one to fight Cody, sort of thing, but considering now what we know, now the stories that have been told, yeah, I was wrong about all that. And fair enough. It's okay to be wrong about this kind of thing.
I mean, I remember you flat out said on Twitter that, this match was not happening at Mania at all.
Yeah, I remember, saying that it was oh, this feels like a match that would go on SmackDown before Mania, or SmackDown after Mania sort of thing, but nah. And you know what? Fair enough. They kind of have sold me on this match, especially now with the stipulation being added, the street fight, the Sin City street fight, might I add. And yeah, you know what? I was definitely wrong about that kind of thing. And you know what? I'm intrigued to see how this match goes. I expect this to be your typical sort of hardcore match. Everybody likes a hardcore match. Well, not exactly everybody, but you get the point. Hardcore, obviously, is the kind of thing where it's a different taste sort of thing. As I said with comedy earlier. I love a good bit of hardcore wrestling myself. I love that kind of thing, but I understand, the limits, and there are some things where it's just oh, no. So, yeah, but honestly, I'm intrigued to see how this match goes. This feud has been going on for basically a year. A full-on year. Damian cashing in on Drew, and Drew, obviously that vindictive self, wanting to get back everything, so he tries to go after Damian again, but he fails. He tries again, but he fails. And, well, pretty much it has led to this moment. It has led to this match. The blow-off, I'd say, to one of the more compelling feuds of the year. And gotta say, I'm intrigued to see how this plays out. I'm intrigued to see what they do in this contest. And honestly, while Drew winning would make a whole lot of sense, and I can understand that, I think there are larger plans for Drew going into the future. So, I'm actually saying that Priest is gonna win. Yeah, that may seem counterproductive, but I could see the whole sort of your night's not over type thing for something later on we'll talk about, but gotta say, I'm intrigued to see how this match plays out, and yeah, I've got Damian getting the win and hopefully ending the feud.
All right. We're going to move on now. Steep, I'll go to you next. Your thoughts on Damian Priest versus Drew McIntyre.
Yeah, so I'm going to be honest. When, they were doing the whole thing with each other, and, that whole thing was being built up, and the rumors of them, I wasn't too on board with them facing at Mania. I just didn't see this really doesn't have my attention. I mean, they've been doing some good stuff, attacking one another, the stuff on top of cars and everything. And there's a lot of physicality involved in this feud. And I know what people are going to say, especially about the stipulation. A street fight is not no different than any other match that has that anything goes type of thing. But when I heard that stipulation, I was really hooked immediately. I am a combat fanatic and enthusiast, and I just get so drawn to the word fight or fighting in general. So, a street fight really does capture my attention, just the stipulation of it alone. So that match definitely does have my focus with that stipulation alone. And I will say they've done a better build than I first anticipated it. Because in the beginning, I was, not really for it. But, both of them deserve to be on Mania. And honestly, people know how I feel about Drew and everything. I've said this before when the whole thing was going around about, the whole title in front of a live audience type of thing. And not going to lie, just to sticking to him and his fans, I would love Damian went over.
All right. This is always a fun thing to do, folks. I always enjoyed this. Yo, Balor, I'll go to you next. Your thoughts on Damian Priest versus Drew McIntyre.
I know a lot of people are not excited for this because, this is not what they want. Specifically, they want to join a higher match, which I totally get and understand. I'm kind of there as well, but I love Priest, so just kind of see people get wild up about this time. I think it's kind of funny to me. But in all honesty, I'm gonna bounce off what Steve said. It was one of those rivalries. It's we've done this before, and revisiting again. I don't know why we're doing it, but the brawls so far have been very fun. Drew got his head busted open again a few days ago on a few days ago on SmackDown, I believe. The old wound that was opened by CM Punk inside Hell in the Cell at Bad Blood. they've been brought all over the place to freaking choke someone in the car that legitimately caused Drew to have glass in his eye. Like, good God, I'm glad he's not blind or anything.
Real glass. Go cry me a river.
Yeah, that's an old joke. Anyways.
And that eventually led him to wearing an eye patch and make him look like a pirate.
Well,
not gonna lie. I don't know if it's because I've seen a lot of death matches, or because I'm just a sick fuck in the head. But I kind of wish I saw what his eye looked like when he got glass in it.
For the record, it's definitely the latter. But anyways.
Continue, Willie.
Thank you. Shit, what was I saying? Oh yeah, with Drew getting glass in his eye and stuff like that, it added more to the rivalry and stuff like that. And I'm intrigued to see what's going to happen with these two. And I do think this will be a one and done. I don't think they're going to continue it. As for who's going to win, I got Drew McIntyre winning. Why not? Give it to Drew. There you go, Drew McIntyre.
All right. Dustin, I'll go with you next. Your thoughts on Damian Priest versus Drew McIntyre?
I'm very intrigued on this one between Damian Priest and Drew McIntyre in a Sin City street fight. This is a match I wasn't really expecting to care about this much. Because at first I was like, oh, Damian Priest and Drew McIntyre? You thought you could do something a little bit better for Drew. But it looks like they couldn't find anything else bigger than this for Drew. And honestly, they have done the best to their abilities to make this feel important. Even with Drew getting hurt in that brawl in the parking lot, I'm very excited for this match. I'm excited that it's essentially street fight, because if it was a normal match, no one was going to give a shit. But you adding the chaos to this match with the street fight rules, I can't wait to see what shit they pull out in this match. I'm gonna go with Drew McIntyre. It's the safe option. He's in line for bigger and better things in the future, more than Priest is right now. And Priest won't be damaged in a loss. So Drew McIntyre will go over in what has been a very unexpectedly good feud.
All right. KESHAWN, I'll go with you next. Your thoughts on Damian Priest versus Drew McIntyre?
Like I said, I think I'm just a sick puppy in the head. But I really wonder what the fuck his eye looked like. But that's it. But that's neither here nor there. I probably need therapy. But that's neither here nor there. This match, honestly, ain't got much to say about it. Honestly, I ain't got much to say about it. But I know for a fact it's gonna be a good one. That being said, though, who do I think is gonna win? Fuck it, I'm gonna give it to Drew.
All right then. Leo, I'll go with you next. Your thoughts on Damian Priest versus Drew McIntyre?
I'm actually looking forward to this. I always enjoy a good street fight, no holds bar match, any of those kind of things. And anyone who's mad about this rivalry, you know what? Bad. And it also makes sense why it's happening, considering the last year. Like Drew's whole obsession last year with CM Punk is what caused him to be cashed in on by Damian Priest with the Money in the Bank. Lose the time match at Clash of the Castle, and then also Money in the Bank. And then on top of that, what happened at the Rumble? Damian Priest is the one who eliminates Drew when he wasn't paying attention. And then the same thing happens at Elimination Chamber when Drew was too full of himself in the moment, focused on John Cena, and just yelling at him when he could have just been pinning him. And Damian took advantage basically on Drew's own arrogance or ego, if you want. And now Drew's finally woken up to like, this dude has been screwing me over the whole year. Even though it is kind of Drew's fault, but you know what? He's finally like this guy's a real problem. So this needs to be settled. And I expect this to be your car crash type of match for WrestleMania. You'll see tables broken, walls collapsing, chairs being broken, all that good stuff. And in the end, I expect Drew to win because out of everybody, he really has not won a big match since SummerSlam. So it would do him more good for the win. Damian will be fine. Like he's still being presented as one of the top guys on SmackDown. So like he can do with a loss.
Yeah. I can understand that. And of course, Beast, your thoughts on Damian Priest versus Drew McIntyre?
This is a match that I'm gonna say I don't care about, but it's a good I don't like. I care about watching it. I don't really care about the result. That makes sense, because I am perfectly fine with it going either way. I'm just here for sitting back and watching it and watch these guys clobber 6 bells off of each other. Like, I'm ready for that. See them beat the brakes off each other. Just wallop the dog shit out of each other. I'm here for that. So, I don't think I really have a prediction either way, Damian or Drew. I'm just gonna be sitting here watching the match and enjoying it. I really couldn't care about who wins. I just want a great match. That's all I care about. And I know it's gonna be great. They're gonna beat the shit out of each other.
Yep, that's true. It's a Sin City street fight after all, folks. You're in for a violent night. I always enjoy that. Ladies and gentlemen, we're now going to move on to talk the championship matches that we got for the show. Total of 8 championships on the line over the course of the 2 nights. And here's the first one we're going to go with, and that is the Women's Tag Team Championship. Liv Morgan and Raquel Rodriguez defending against Bayley and Lyra Valkyria, who's the Women's Intercontinental Champion, which hasn't exactly been focused a lot on since its inception. And also the Women's United States Champion, Chelsea Green, is not scheduled for the show as well. So we just arrived at the title matches, and we already have a problem.
Yeah, what was the point of introducing the mid-card titles when you're not really gonna regularly have them on a pay-per-view, especially a big pay-per-view like WrestleMania, where you've got all the time in the world to fit in the mid-card titles in matches.
Bingo. Yeah, you could put them on each night. There would be 8 matches per night, and it would work out, honestly. So, yeah.
Like none of the women's mid-card titles have even been featured on a PLE since they've been introduced.
That's right. Hasn't happened yet. The only times we saw them was when the champions were in the Royal Rumble match. And now, Lyra Valkyria, instead of... Here's the thing, the reason why this is weird and awkward is because, like, Lyra Valkyria teaming with Bayley to go for the women's tag titles immediately after Lyra beat Bayley to retain the IC title and absolutely annihilated Bayley's hopes of becoming the Intercontinental Champion and sent her to the back of the line. So, yeah, this already doesn't make sense. And of course, there's people who are just pissed off because Liv Morgan, who absolutely had a stellar year last year, was put into a tag title match at WrestleMania, and not to mention it was announced at very last minute. That, I'll be honest, I can understand that. But to me, let's be honest, I personally think Liv Morgan's a third-rate amateur. That's just my opinion on her. But I won't deny she had a stellar year last year. Did a good job for what she was given. And I am not shocked that she is honestly in this position, because at this point when it comes to women, despite the fact that Jade, Cargill, and Naomi have a match going on, the big major matches are the championship matches. However, I do agree. I am surprised about one thing. The fact that Liv Morgan's in a tag title match and not facing Alexa Bliss, who she eliminated at the Royal Rumble and the Elimination Chamber, and we haven't even seen her since. I'm starting to really question what the hell was the point of bringing back Alexa Bliss if she's not being used correctly or being used at all. Like this whole thing, she's been out for 2 years. She came back. What the hell's going on? Everything is so confusing.
Yeah, and especially considering, like, there were some little flashes and teasers about Alexa. Whenever Alexa appeared for a little while, there were like little teases and glitches sort of thing that kind of corresponded to the Wyatt Six. So you would think if Liv and Raquel were the tag team champions, you'd think that the match that would make the most sense would be Alexa Bliss and Nikki Cross once again reuniting, but now with a bit of a darker edge to go after the belts. Like, that makes a whole lot of sense, but nah, instead we've got makeshift team number 47.
Yeah, you could have had
taking them on.
I'll be honest, could have had Liv and Raquel taking on Alexa and Nikki, while Bayley and Lyra, that IC title match they had on Raw, could have been at WrestleMania.
Or even, like, do a triple threat with Roxanne in there if you really wanted to, because wasn't she doing a feud with Bayley as well?
I think that was actually handled with that NXT women's title match at Vengeance Day.
Yeah, like...
Yeah, I think that was handled with already. But, I get what you mean. However, I do have a very weird prediction that I said on my social media, and that is, I believe Bayley and Lyra could win the women's tag titles, and then the night after on Monday Night Raw, Liv Morgan challenges and wins the Intercontinental title from Lyra Valkyria and celebrates as the new Intercontinental champion with the other new Intercontinental champion, Dominic. And boy,
that could be an interesting direction.
I mean, let's be honest, the Judgment Day, if they're going to keep going, they got to do something, and this is, in my opinion, the only way it could work. So, that's just my thoughts on it. But anyway, I personally think Liv and Raquel are just going to retain the titles, continue the Judgment Day thing, and I'm not interested in this match whatsoever. Heel Balor, if you somehow have anything to say about this match, go ahead and say something.
Not much, honestly. It's one of those matches that is just there, honestly. I think that, the champs are going to retain. I think Bayley potentially could turn heel. I guess she has not done shit since losing the championship last year to Nia Jax. And as for Lyra being champ, it hasn't really done much, honestly, and the women's mid-card belts are kind of irrelevant. It's kind of irrelevant, in my opinion. I'll give props to what they're trying to do, but to me, they're very irrelevant right now. But so are the women's tag team championships. That neither here nor there. But don't really care, honestly. So I'm going to go with the champs to retain. Liv and Raquel, we move.
Okay, then. Steep, I'll go with you next. Your thoughts on the women's tag title situation?
Really no different than what anyone else said. Liv and Raquel retain. I'm just leave it there.
Okay. Leo, you're next.
Liv and Raquel retain. Next.
Okay, we're running through this really fast then, I guess. KESHAWN, you're next.
Raquel wins because the hell with Liv.
Actually, I second that, indeed.
Dustin, your turn then.
I'm happy that two of my faves are in this match, and Bayley and Liv Morgan, but I'm just going to be blatantly honest with you. No one's going to give a flying fuck about this women's tag title match between Liv and Raquel and Bayley and women's Intercontinental champion Lyra Valkyria, because in my opinion, they should have just fucking went with Nikki Cross and Alexa Bliss take on Liv and Raquel and have Bayley, Roxanne, and Lyra for the women's Intercontinental title at WrestleMania. But no, they can't do simple things, can they? Liv and Raquel are going to retain because it just doesn't make any fucking sense that Bayley and Lyra would win the tag titles while Lyra is a champion. Plus, I also have a feeling that Bayley is starting to tease a heel turn to go after the women's Intercontinental title. So I'm going Liv and Raquel, and I think Bayley turns heel either after the match or on the Raw after Mania.
All right. Beast, you're next.
You know, mine isn't going to be as quick because I'm not very impressed. I do not stand why they brought in the women's mid-card titles, US and IC, to then have them play second fiddle to the shitty Rolls-Royce looking hubcaps that are the women's tag titles.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
I've never understood that. I would say the women's tag titles are stale, but that would be a insult to stale bread. Because they're not stale. They're far past that. It is so
The
devoid.
moldy?
I don't even know, man. Like, the women's tag titles are so devoid of any creative thought, of any sustenance within the tag division, that congratulations, you have ruined an entire women's tag division. Congrats. Here's a medal. It's made of dog shit, which is what your women's tag division is made of also, you motherfuckers. I do not understand why they brought in these mid-card titles for them just to never be used and rarely ever talked about. You could have had Lyra defend the new women's IC title for the first time on WrestleMania, but instead, you're having your new women's IC champ in a shitty women's tag title match, which no one cares about the women's title. Way to make your new women's mid-card titles feel super special, guys. Good job. Round of applause. Great job. You suck. Trash. Garbage. Where's the lamb sauce? You suck. Like, I don't have a like, this is not in the way of, you know, the other match of like, oh yeah, Damian and Drew, I don't have it's going to be a great match. No, I don't have a prediction because I don't care. Like, I'm channeling my inner Arthur Morgan right now. Nobody cares. Like, I feel like it's also becoming my gimmick now. On every podcast that we have, I either mention that, you know, Tylore's not Australian even though he is, or we have a match that we don't care about, and I say my prediction is my Nintendo Switch, because it's, yeah, like, I'm not gonna pay attention. I'm gonna play some, like, Legend of Zelda, some Minecraft, or fucking something, Final Fantasy. Like, I might play on my fucking Game Boy. Like, I don't care.
Or you might,
nobody cares.
Or you might rewatch the Minecraft movie.
Yeah, I actually haven't seen it yet. Base chicken jockey style. Like,
right.
Nobody cares.
This motherfucker is probably about to fucking pirate the damn movie just to watch it.
Jesus.
Dude, like, I won't keep on this for too long because I'm actively getting mad. There are very few times in my fandom of professional wrestling where I actively feel this rage. This is one of the times, because I don't understand why you wanted to make the women's mid-card titles feel like something special, and then you do fuck all with them. It makes no sense. And especially to have one of your mid-card champs be in a shitty women's tag title match that nobody gives a flying fuck about. We are so past and I know people are like, well, it's good we're not in the 80s or 90s anymore. Yeah, in some respects, yes, but in others, no. Because in the 80s and 90s, the IC title actually felt like something. It was a step below the world title.
Yep.
It doesn't feel like shit anymore. Especially the women's titles for the US and IC. What was the fucking point? You need to reevaluate your priorities with your mid-card division and actually make the titles feel worthwhile and ixnay the fucking women's tag titles, because I'm sorry, nobody has cared about them since they were brought in. Nobody cares. They suck. Garbage. Trash. I don't have a prediction because I'm going to be too busy taking a piss or taking a shit to give a fuck about this match. I would care if it was for the women's IC title, which is what it should have been for. It should have been a singles match between Lyra Valkyria and Bayley. I love watching them each other. I could watch them wrestle each other for hours. Their chemistry is fantastic. But instead, you throw them in this schmaz women's tag title match that literally nobody cares about. It's funny to me that you preach this fucking women's revolution bullshit over the past 10 years, and then you have this piss break match for the women again. I don't get it. Make your women's mid-card division feel like something. Build it up instead of putting it in a schmaz fucking women's tag title match. Fuck you, WWE. Grow a set of balls and actually book shit right, you motherfuckers.
You know what's funny? You say that, B, and I'll jump in. I'll lend my ears as well. Maybe also you shouldn't have booked a freaking division to begin with. This is what I've been saying since 2019. Since 2019, you shouldn't, until you have an actual division, you don't need mid-card championships. That goes to any company out there. Any company, not just WWE, AEW, New Japan Pro Wrestling, TNA. It doesn't freaking matter. You know, actually build your division. Actually do something about your division. You know why NXT freaking... Okay, be good.
Oh, no, keep going. No, you're fine.
No. You know why NXT's women's division is one of the best ever? So the division's actually pretty good. Pretty good, yeah. Oh, you're still WWE. Yeah, I know that, but still, it's still good, regardless of that.
And they actually
You're
have
not doing shit with the main roster shit. What's up?
and they actually have a tag team division without tag titles.
Yes. Yeah.
Which you shouldn't have gotten rid of his time.
That's that division. He definitely did.
Damn right, bro.
Out to merge them, and if that's the case, like, okay, why is the tag titles not being, floated around with NXT that often? Like, if more of the women's tag division is down there.
Exactly. You should have never brought women's goddamn tag belts until you knew what to do with your division.
Exactly.
You only did it just to please Bayley and Sasha when she was still around.
This is where I'll disagree with you a little. I think they should have brought women's mid-card titles in. What they shouldn't have done is they shouldn't have brought women's tag titles in, because that's what fucked the division. Putting a women's tag title.
I meant until they had a division, like, if that makes sense. I meant
but putting like the women's tag titles in a tag division where you had literally like either one or two or no tag teams to start out, fucked the division, because you didn't actually have a division. It made your division feel small, because a tag title, you have to have more than one person hold it, because it's a tag championship. If you had, instead of doing the women's tag titles, if you brought in the IC or the United States titles, instead of the women's tag titles, when you brought the women's tag titles in, bring in the IC or the United States, that would have made the division feel better, because one person can hold those titles, and they actually proved that their division can have a good work rate. But instead you brought in the women's tag titles, which is one championship, and you have to mesh people together into tag teams that kind of feel like an oddball because you don't have any fucking tag teams.
Yeah, matter of fact, that reminds me.
You should have brought in singles titles.
Yeah, that reminds
me. It would have made your division feel better.
Yeah, that reminds me. Like, when they came to this that gauntlet match, I said we were going to talk about it earlier on the podcast. As always, Natalya has her annual WrestleMania partner, and this time it was Maxine Dupree.
I didn't watch the women's gauntlet because I was out on vacation.
I was also on vacation with my brother along at Josh. Shout out to him. Love you, man. That was a great vacation. Love you very much, bro.
But I watched the gauntlet. It was just mid.
Yeah, the match was over.
I was listening to it while I was working.
Yeah, it's like the match had like 5 to 6 teams or something like that, and it was over in 10 minutes. Hell, they put away, Katana. They made Katana Chance and Kaden Carter look like a bunch of dumbasses.
Dude, they've been like that since they've been on the main roster. They don't give a shit. You bring people up, you don't do jack shit with them. This is the issue. Oh, you're going off topic. Sure, let's talk about it for a bit sec. You bring people up, you don't do jack shit with them. This could to any company. Any company.
Yeah.
You don't do shit with your division. You really have your freaking people last year. You bumped them up and didn't do jack shit with them. It happens every freaking year. And I know, obviously, it's a job. I understand that. But you don't do shit. That's what we're fucking here for, because no one's going to preach this shit as much as we do. Sorry for stripping our goddamn egos out there, but let's just say nobody's going to do as well as we do, as real as we are. Nobody.
It was so funny.
Calm down, bro. You might be wrestle fatigued.
There you go. Wrestling my fucking ass.
But you know what's so funny is, like, we've got these 2 nights, like, you have 4 hours for the 2 nights, and you have like 7 matches each. What the hell are you doing on the pre-show? Just talking over
nothing.
Like, they literally do nothing on the pre-show anymore.
Like, why not have like just like 1 match to like hey, like go out and get the crowd just a little riled up, and like before the.
Matter of fact, that reminds me. You bring up a good point, Leo, regarding that, and that is the fact that, folks, get ready for this. This WrestleMania, both nights, each have a 3-hour pre-show.
So, let me
it's nothing but
about
just talking about the matches.
Yeah. Talking.
You couldn't have like say like night 1, like on the pre-show. Here, you can have the Andre the Giant Memorial Battle Royal instead. You just relegate it to a SmackDown. Like, it's just shit that was thrown at the WrestleMania window. Like, we don't want it there anymore. They like, way to represent one of the greatest legends of WrestleMania history. Mm-hmm. And then on the second night, like, you couldn't have, like, say, like, on the pre-show, like, Chelsea Green versus Zelina Vega. Like, it's not a great build. I was like, you're not on the main like card of WrestleMania, but you know what? Like, hey, like you're gonna get your title match, and you guys are gonna like rile up the crowd at least for like a good like 10 minutes.
But you know what the worst part of all this is? Like, you know what the most ridiculous part about all this has been with, like, the pre-shows and everything? NXT is over here doing a pre-show for Stand and Deliver, like, probably like an hour or so, and they were still able to put a match on the pre-show. If that says everything, I don't know what else does.
Exactly.
Yeah, but to finish off with this match, eventually we're going to have to keep moving on anyway. I'm going to ask you, TYLORE, do you have a prediction who's going to win this tag title match?
Oh, God, this fucking match. I agree with these guys on a lot of the points, but I'm just going to make an extra point when it comes to the women's tag titles right now. They should not be on the main roster anymore. They should not. I mean, yeah, obviously getting rid of them might be nice and all, but you know what the funny thing is? NXT has a women's tag division that's actually good. Like, seriously, NXT's women's tag division is brilliant. I think they're really good. So, how about you just, I don't know, on the bloody NXT after WrestleMania, whoever wins this Mania match, they lose it to, the Meta Girls or Team 2001 and all that jazz, and just in the draft over the remaining teams like PFC, like Kaden and Katana, maybe even Liv and Raquel if you really want to get spicy, and make those tag titles NXT exclusive belts. Because let's be honest here, NXT are doing a better job with women's tag team wrestling than the main roster. If that doesn't say anything, I don't know what does. Who do I have winning this at Mania? It's Liv and Raquel, obviously. No chance in hell they're going to have the new IC champion bloody win the tag titles and be double champion. It makes no sense whatsoever, especially considering they're probably going to have Bayley turn heel and do a feud and all that. So, in my opinion, just do this Mania match to get Liv and Raquel to win, but on the NXT after Mania, change the fucking champions. Please.
All right. did not think it would last as long as we did. I thought this would be one of the quickest things, but hey, we had several of us go through our predictions in like a couple of seconds, and then Beast and TYLORE, holy crap, caused everybody to go wild like a tsunami from Bronson Reed.
Also, am I the only one that thinks that Beast looks low-key kind of cute when he gets mad?
No, I think he's cute too. And hey, folks, we say that with love. You know that, folks. We love Beast.
Why are you looking at me like that?
I'm not. Anyway, we're gonna move on to the next tag team title match. This is on the male side of things.
Don't raise your eyebrow at me.
This is on the next one. We have the World Tag Team titles are on the line for the first time since literally last year's WrestleMania when it comes to on a PLE. The War Raiders taking on the New Day in a rematch from a match that happened like a week and a half, like almost 2 weeks ago. Which makes us wonder, what the hell was the damn point of that? They had a title match. New Day forced the War Raiders to get themselves disqualified so they could have a WrestleMania match. And they got the WrestleMania match. I mean, I'll be honest. I like the New Day's new gimmick now. The New Day, if you want to call it that. But I won't lie, this whole idea of this tag title match was a little random, and this should have been the first match, not the second, because they were actually building up something here. And on the mention of tag titles, the other side, the WWE Tag Team titles, the Street Profits are defending against Motor City Machine Guns on SmackDown tonight.
Which should be on the fucking main card. What do I know?
I'll be honest, I thought they were...
It should have been on the main card, and it should have been a triple threat, and it should have been a TLC match, but what do I fucking know?
I mean, I actually
have the answer to that question. You're much like Jon Snow. You know nothing.
You know nothing. Anyways, though, I really think that the one thing that should happen for this is either New Day wins the tag titles and begins an actual good heel run as tag champs, and I'll be honest, these tag titles could really use that. Or the War Raiders will retain because the New Day get cost by Big E. So, one of two things could happen here. Or a third thing, and none of what I said would really matter, so, yeah. But in this case, I really think it's going to go to New Day. I think it really does. So, KESHAWN, I'll actually start with you this time. Your thoughts on War Raiders versus New Day?
I just have 4 words to describe this match. Fuck you, New Day.
That's it?
And therefore, who I have winning are my Viking brethren, the Viking Raiders. Stop my brothers.
If only Valhalla wasn't pregnant, how great would it be to see her wearing those antlers again?
She's pregnant again? Yes.
Yeah, that's why she's been gone.
When did she get pregnant again?
Like half a year ago.
Then who the fuck was talking about she was injured?
Bunch of idiots who thought they knew something, but they didn't.
Oh, I'm gonna have to talk to so many people.
Anyway, so yeah, you pick World Raiders indeed. Okay, we're gonna keep on going. Dustin, I'll go with you, man. Your thoughts on War Raiders versus New Day?
Who gives a flying fuck about this match? Who cares about World Tag Titles between the War Raiders and the New Day? Who cares? It just happened out of the blue when you really could have just put all the fucking great tag teams on SmackDown in a tag team ladder match or TLC or whatever the fuck you wanted to do. You could have had Street Profits defend the tag titles against Motor City Machine Guns, Los Garzas, DIY, Pretty Deadly, all those teams in a big old fucking spot fest of a ladder match. But no, you decided to put the fucking Street Profits and Motor City Machine Guns on the SmackDown before. I'm hoping to put a little prediction there. I'm hoping that there's a DQ finish with that match so that we can get them on Mania, but we'll see about that. As far as this one, I don't care who wins. I won't. No offense to Big E. Even if you do show up, I don't think there's going to be an ounce of care in me in this match. So New Day's going to win the tag titles. good for them. Next.
All right. TYLORE, I'll go with you next. Your thoughts on War Raiders versus New Day.
Boy, this match. Yeah, the whole New Day heel run has fallen flat. It really has, and I don't know if they can really recover it. Like, I'm sorry, New Day might be a great team, but I think it's done. I think you've tried this experiment to try and bring some new life into it, but I'm sorry, I'm really over the New Day. I'm really done with it. I've got War Raiders winning, and at this point, I'd rather New Day just split up. Like, I'm sorry. Like, New Day may be great, but I'd rather them go off to individual paths. Like, I'd rather that, and, like, maybe keep them as heels individually sort of thing, but I'd rather them just go individual at this point. Like, if you're not going to do the New Day triple threat, if you're not going to do anything really interesting, and if you're not going to make this work, then just split them up. Like, I'm done with the New Day. I'm sorry. But it is what it is.
Mm-hmm. All right. Beast, I'll go with you next.
You know, beggars can't be choosers. I wanted it to be the WWE Tag Titles. I wanted Motor City Machine Guns to be on the card. I would have preferred that. Them versus the Profits. Regardless if it had a gimmick on top, doesn't matter. I feel like they deserved it. Mania. But beggars can't be choosers.
You doing all right?
I'm not really. Am I feeling all right? I mean, I'm dying, but
yeah. I mean, you really went to town on that prior match.
Yeah, for true.
You're kind of breaking up a bit.
Oh, am I for real?
Yeah, you're like kind of like your last word always stopped at like right when you said like this match was, and then pause.
Oh, my bad. I'll lean into the mic a little closer.
Yeah, you're fine. You're fine on my end. But continue. Take a deep breath and continue.
Yeah, beggars can't be choosers. I would have preferred Motor City on the card because I don't know, man. Like, again, I feel like they would have just deserved it more because it would be their first Mania. I'd love to see them on the card. Beggars can't be choosers, though. I'm fine with this match. I'm not really concerned with the match itself. I'm more concerned with the outcome, either if War Machine, and yes, I still call them War Machine, if War Machine's going to retain, or if New Day is going to be the smarmy dickheads and get the tag titles, which I'm cool either way. If War Machine does win, I feel like New Day should be cost by Big E. But again, it has to do with the outcome. I'm not really too concerned with the meat and potatoes of the match. I would be more concerned with the meat and potatoes of the match if it was Motor City versus Street Profits, because it'd be an actual match I'd like to watch on Mania instead of on fucking SmackDown. But again, beggars can't be choosers. It is what it is. I got New Day. Fuck it. I got New Day going over. Like you said, Chris, I think the tag titles need kind of a kick in the ass. And I feel like New Day winning, becoming heel tag champs, would definitely give the tag titles the kick in the ass they need.
All right. Yes, indeed. All right. Heel Barrel, your thoughts on War Raiders versus New Day?
How much to really say? Give it to the New Day.
I love it when it's short and sweet to the point. It's so funny. Steep, your thoughts on War Raiders versus...
He tried to rhyme with the shit.
Yeah, all right. Steep, your thoughts on War Raiders versus New Day?
Yeah, I really wish this was the SmackDown titles instead too, but yeah, I mean we get what we get, and these tag titles have just been something all over the place. This New Day heel run has been one to look, it's something. Just all I can say. But maybe them as heel champs, especially getting that reaction, will do something for them and the tag titles. So I'm gonna go with New Day.
All right. And Leo, your thoughts on War Raiders versus New Day?
I honestly don't care much. Like this whole heel run of the New Day, ever since they went off on Big E for no reason. Like, if it's not leading to Big E coming back, because like what was the point? And like, I honestly see this as being like the second match of the night, just to kind of like cool the audience down after the first match. And I expect a decent match, but not a long match, like no more than 10 minutes. And I expect the War Raiders to retain.
All right. We're going to move on now to the next one, folks. The United States Championship as LA Knight, defending against, perhaps honestly, his biggest challenger yet, Jacob Fatu. And I'll be honest, I actually thought Jacob Fatu may have probably going to get his match with Solo Sikoa at WrestleMania, but I guess we'll do that at a later time. It is coming, though. That's a guarantee.
That's a pretty proper chief.
Yeah. And I really enjoy how this has been going along. Jacob Fatu has been really irritated and annoyed with Solo Sikoa and really showed that he can really go on his own. So, in my opinion, just like the prior match, this is going to go one of two ways, in my opinion. Jacob Fatu wins the United States Championship, or LA Knight retains the U.S. title because Solo tries to help Jacob and fails. And after the match, Jacob finally yells the phrase, "I hate you, Solo!" and attacks, to the huge delight of the audience. So that's the way I see it going, because I don't think it's going to happen any other way. Either Jacob wins the title, or LA Knight wins because Jacob gets costed. Because LA Knight, no offense to him, he can't beat Jacob Fatu alone. You don't stand a chance. So, Dustin, I will start with you. Your thoughts on the United States Championship match.
Oh boy, I feel bad for LA Knight because he's defending the U.S. title against Samoan Werewolf Jacob Fatu. Well, LA Knight, your title reign has been fun, but it's over. Jacob Fatu is winning that title. I don't think Solo Sikoa is going to end up interfering, like people are saying online. I think it's just going to straight up be Jacob Fatu is going to be your new United States champion. And Jacob Fatu, ever since coming into WWE, has been on a roll. I've been loving this dude ever since he came in. I love this dude even in MLW. So Jacob Fatu has been one of my favorites, and I can't wait to see what the future holds for him. I'm hoping that one day he will be a world champion, and he just puts on memorable matches with anyone. But LA Knight, I am sorry, I like you, but your U.S. title reign is going to come to an end, and the Samoan Werewolf will reign supreme.
All right. Steep, I'll actually go with you next. Your thoughts on the United States Championship.
I honestly am two ways about this because I really want Jacob Fatu to win badly. He's really been killing it, ever since his MLW and Indie days to now, and Jacob Fatu has been presented very well. But I don't know, just something about the thought of LA Knight pinning Jacob Fatu for any circumstances just does not sit right in my head. But honestly, what I do is I think Jacob Fatu should absolutely win this title, and there still comes a time where he does shout, he hates Solo after all, and then Solo and Jacob Fatu have their match after all that for the U.S. title.
All right. Whew. All right, Heel Balor, I'll go with you next. Your thoughts on the United States Championship.
Justice, first of all, for your Tribal Chief Solo. Put your ones in the air for your Tribal Chief. Not Roman Reigns, your Tribal Chief Solo Sikoa, please. Ones up in the air for your Tribal Chief. You put your one down. Thank you, Steve. Anyways, honestly, this match, LA Knight pretty much won the U.S. title back after defeating Shinsuke Nakamura on SmackDown, which Shinsuke Nakamura was champion since Survivor Series, and that reign went nowhere. I think this is a transitional reign here for LA Knight. He is dropping the United States Championship to Jacob Fatu, and I might as well, because honestly, Jacob Fatu is long overdue for a championship in the WWE, and seeing him become champion here, I would not have a straight-up squash match. I would have actually LA Knight fight back a bit, but this is straight-up murder here for LA Knight. And if Solo does interfere, you will no longer be my tribal chief. If that's the case, I'm kidding. You will still be my tribal chief. But Jacob Fatu wins the United States Championship.
All right. Leo, I'll go with you next. Your thoughts on the U.S. title match?
I'm fine with either of them winning, honestly. But if I had to give a guess, I'm just gonna say LA Knight is going to retain because Solo Sikoa is gonna try and help Jacob, but accidentally cost him, and that's when Jacob finally snaps and beats the hell out of Solo and also Tama Tonga. But LA Knight is not gonna pin him like quite cleanly. It's gonna be like a roll up. Because let's be honest, it is the most devastating move in all of wrestling.
Yeah, especially in the 24/7 days.
Yep, and also Jacob losing to like one finisher or like it, I just don't see it happening. He's too much of a monster for that. But a roll up with like LA like holding the tights or like grabbing hold of the ropes just to survive, I can see happening.
Yeah. All right. Beast, I'll go with you next. Your thoughts on the U.S. title match?
I absolutely concur with heel Balor and Steep. I think that Jacob is absolutely going over 1,000,000%.
Oh, I thought it was.
Love LA Knight.
I thought you agreed that Solo was the tribal chief.
I don't have a tribal chief, brother.
Run up in the air, Beast, for your tribal chief.
I'll pass. I'm good.
You Solo.
And I will not put my one in the air for Roman Reigns. I don't
What?
have a tribal chief.
Yo, Will, we can fight.
Yeah, I'll be a ring girl. I'll be dressed in a bikini holding up the cards. Anyway, so
Is it weird? I'd actually like to see that.
Whoa. I concur that Jacob's going over 1,000,000%. I think Jacob is phenomenal. He's been phenomenal since his days in the Indies. And he definitely deserves his mid-card moment in the sun here at WrestleMania. I love LA Knight to death. Do think it's going to be a transitional reign for him. Jacob's going to go over here, and then I would definitely like to see Jacob for Solo for the U.S. title down the line.
All right. Whew. Tyler, I'll go with you next. Your thoughts on the U.S. title match?
Believe me, I am very excited for this match. I mean, these are two of my favorite competitors in the company right now. I mean, LA Knight, yeah, he's just great. He's always been great. And every time I've talked about him on the podcast, I've always given him so much praise. Jacob Fatu, he has been amazing. In my opinion, he really should be getting into that world title scene sooner rather than later. I don't know when, I don't know how, but believe me, when the time comes, Jacob Fatu would make a great world champion. But as he's going after the U.S. title, he will make a great U.S. champion. Like, I've got Jacob Fatu winning here because, I mean, it's Jacob Fatu. Of course he's probably going to win. And it's like, Fatu would make an incredible monster champion. Like, on a similar sort of level, I think, to even Obafemi, like how Obafemi has been like a monster champion in NXT, Jacob Fatu could be like that same level of monster times 11. Like, that's how great Jacob Fatu can be in that kind of role. And not gonna lie, now I mention it, I kind of want to see Jacob Fatu versus Obafemi. I think we need to see that match eventually. So, yeah, I gotta give it to Jacob Fatu. I think he'd make a great champion, and I think the match he would have would be incredible. And I think this match will be incredible. I think it'll be a great match. And yeah, Solo might interfere and all that jazz, but come on. You know this is going to be a great match.
Yes, indeed. And of course, KESHAWN, your thoughts on the U.S. title match?
Oh man. So that same show with the whole Bianca and Naomi segment, I saw LA Knight, yeah, win that United States Championship. I saw that shit live. I lost my shit. I'm actually watching it right now.
So you're
You
telling
can't
me
hear it, but I'm
you're
actually
telling me you
watching it right
crapped
now.
yourself?
I what?
You said you crapped yourself. You said you lost your shits, and when you were watching this, you crapped yourself.
Actually, I didn't. Actually, I didn't crap myself, but there was actually an old dude that was sitting next to me, and let's just say when Braun Strowman's music hit, a foul odor emanated from that old man.
How do you know it's from him? Whatever. Continue.
Anyway, I saw that happen. I lost my goddamn mind, which I never even had in the first place. But the pop that he got in Philly when he won it was out of goddamn control. And on that same show, I saw Jacob for the first time, and I have to say, LA Knight, I fucks with you. You my homeboy, but, and that's a big but.
He does have a
Get
big
your mind
butt.
out of the gutter. I gotta say, Jacob is going to murder you for that championship. And let me just say, if Solo gets involved and his dumbass tries to help Jacob and he fucks up. Look, I'm pretty sure we've all seen what Jacob can do when he's off the leash. We all seen what he can do in MLW, right? We all saw what he did in MLW.
Yep.
Shout out to MLW.
Yeah, we all saw what he did in MLW when he has, like, even when he was with the Contra unit. This motherfucker was a goddamn problem when he was off the goddamn leash. So what the fuck do you think he's gonna do to Solo if Solo costs him?
Yeah, Solo should be running scared if that was the case.
The tribal chief is not scared. Don't worry.
Oh, really? He runs every time.
Really, he certainly looks scared at War Games.
Plus Willie.
Well, that was different.
Plus Willie, there's something else.
Yes.
Your tribal chief lost to Cody Rhodes 3 times in a row.
We'll talk about Cody later.
And let me tell you, Jacob, if Solo, if your dumbass do something stupid and fucking fucks over Jacob, you gonna find out real quick what Jade meant when he said there's a reason why y'all supposed to stay away from him.
He's got a point. The dude was legitimately locked up in jail. So
yeah,
three times before he was 18, because he kept getting arrested, and one of the times was a fucking armed robbery.
Yep.
Yeah.
So yeah, let's keep going, shall we?
So with that being said, I gotta go with my homeboy, the Samoan werewolf, this unhinged monster of a fucking Samoan, Jacob Fatu.
We're gonna move on to the Intercontinental Championship match. It's just a fatal 4-way match. Braun Breaker defending against Penta, Dominic Mysterio, and Finny Finn Balor.
Who's that? Anyways,
your favorite, man. And I got to tell you,
I have something to say about this. Yeah.
Hold on a second.
I have something to say, especially about his boy Vince.
Anyways, though, yeah, I gotta tell you, this is a stacked fatal 4-way match. I really think this is gonna be amazing. The fact that, all 4 of these guys are great athletes. All 4 of them deserve a spot at WrestleMania in this particular title match. And this is exactly what the women's Intercontinental title should be treated as. 4 people, or however many, trying to win this championship by any means necessary, making it a huge deal. All right.
An obligation.
Yeah. Anyways, I'm going to start off this time with you, Heel Balor, since Balor is in the heel. Balor is in this match. Heel Balor, you are gonna start. What is your thoughts on this 4-way Intercontinental title match?
Well, first of all, this is one match I'm looking forward to on this night, with all four of these men. Dominic, obviously, in there. You got my man, B-Breaker, my Intercontinental champ, by the way. You got my boy Penta in there. He's doing fantastic since he debuted in WWE. Very excited. His first WrestleMania, same with Braun Breaker. And then there's Balor, who's not really doing much. And basically, honestly, if WWE doesn't give a shit about him, then why should I give a shit about him? But that's neither here nor there. I think this will be one of the matches of the night. I'm looking forward to it. You got Dominic's sleazeball bullshit out there. You got Finn, who is running scared. You got the badass himself, B-Breaker. You got Penta out there doing his shit. It's going to be a fun match and a fun thing. You also got Carlito, who's going to probably die at the hand of B-Breaker once again by getting speared. Probably a triple spear. Please, let's not see that.
Quadruple spear?
What?
Quadruple spear. Like 4 people
Yes, sir.
getting speared at the same time.
Oh, Lord have mercy. Oh, my God.
That's basically a goddamn crowd's body.
For real, man, for real. Thank you, Steve. But for those who are not seeing it, Steve has on his phone, it says Pin Balor. Yes.
Of course they can't see it. The only thing they can see right now is the graphic.
Well, obviously. But,
Oh,
Steve,
for those who can't see. Like, what?
well, I know, but still, again, I'm just saying.
Who else is going to see other than us?
Well, still. Still.
Don't you raise your voice at me.
It's you got Pin Balor out there. Thank you for pointing that out, Steve, by the way, and his treatment so far. Again, like I said, they don't give a shit about Finn. Why should I give a shit about Finn? Plus, I'm shifting my focus to B-Breaker, whose Intercontinental Championship run shouldn't have stopped at the hands of Jey Uso, which we'll talk about a bit later about main event Jey. But we're here with this match. This can honestly go either way. Penta could win. The only one I don't think is winning is Balor. Dominic could win. Braun could retain the championship. I do expect, obviously, shenanigans. I expect this will probably be where we see the return of JD McDonough. Possible. Say maybe he'll be on the night afterwards after they kicked out the fucking group. But still, who do I have winning? I have Dominic Mysterio winning. Yes, I have Dominic walking out the Intercontinental Champion. Why? I'll tell you why. What better way to have Dominic win the match than pin the man who has been having problems with? You've been showing Pin Balor a lot. That's what they've been doing these past few months with my guy. Might as well have Dominic pin Finn Balor, and then the next night, they kick him out of Judgment Day. Yes, they kick Finn out of Judgment Day officially, and do whatever you want to do with that. Braun can go on to win World Championship down the road. Please be this year, by the way. And Penta can go and chase the Intercontinental Championship along with Balor, who wants revenge and stuff like that. You got many things you do. Braun gets the ice towel off him, and you got the two others chasing Dominic as champ. Plus, Dominic winning the title inside the Allegiant Stadium and them erupting in boos. Please give me that visual. Please give me that. I want to see it. So I got Dominic Mysterio becoming the Intercontinental Champion, pinning Finn Balor. And I will not be upset whatsoever. So there you go. Dominic Mysterio.
All right. Moving on now to Leo. Your thoughts on the Intercontinental title match?
I expect this to be the sleeper hit of WrestleMania Sunday, and I expect this is the most chaotic match besides the street fight, and you'll see spears galore. You'll see all kinds of crazy shenanigans and maneuvers that will leave you with your jaws dropped to the floor. In the end, like my brother, the heel Balor just admitted, I expect Dominic Mysterio to win. And I only want that to happen because I want to, like Michael Caine said in The Dark Knight, some men just want to watch the world burn.
All right. Okay, Sean, I'll go with you next. Your thoughts on the Intercontinental title?
Oh, man, this match is going to be something. Say this right now, this is going to be something. But who do I think is going to win? First off, I just got to say, holy shit. Because this, holy shit, can we talk about Braun Breaker for a second? I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is, but for some reason, this dude must have a personal issue with Carlito. He's just purposely trying to kill him. With these spears, this dude is literally trying to kill him. at this point, how is Carlito not wearing a fucking metal plate under his shirt like fucking Bret Hart did against Goldberg?
Exactly. How has that not happened yet? Carlito should be like scared for his life here.
Bro, if I'm Carlito, I'm like, motherfucker, I'm not getting anywhere near that animal unless I have something to cushion the spear from my gut. Okay, but that being said, who do I think is gonna win this shit? Y'all might call me crazy, but I think I'm gonna go with Prince Balor. Yeah, I'm gonna go with Finn Balor.
I swear to God, I thought he said Prince Nana.
That's a wrong prince. Wrong prince.
Yeah, this ain't Forbidden Door.
Oh, like Purple Rain?
Different prince.
All right.
Not Prince Ayakaya.
Oh, Bel Air?
Oh my God.
Oh my God, I ain't going to slap one of you.
All right. All right, then you say Finn Balor as well. Steep, you're next. Your thoughts on the Intercontinental title match?
Honestly, this has been another build that I've really liked going into it. I know he's a fan favorite, and I know a lot of people want Finn. Personally, I think you're not presenting him right now like you should be, but Finn is beyond the mid-card title scene, and we've seen how his past mid-card reigns have gone. Granted, those have not been kind of the greatest on the main roster, but really, Finn should be doing more, and he's really going to get that once he's out of the Judgment Day, which I think is what's going to start with him losing, this match and the follow-up, what's going to happen after that. What I think is going to happen here, and I think just for the reaction alone, and him as a champion, especially with 50, 60,000, however many people in that stadium, Dominic winning would be the best route to go, and the much more he can get. Yes?
Oh, no.
Yeah, I'm going with
what? No, so many people are going to be so pissed off in Vegas. It is Vegas. People are always pissed off over there.
Yeah, they always lose their money. Continue.
It's mostly filled with a bunch of people losing money and Elvis impersonators.
Yeah, continue, Steve.
I mean, it'll be one of the many times that there's actual champions in that Raiders stadium.
Bingo.
I mean, what?
Bingo.
You hear that in Las Vegas?
Exactly. I definitely think Dominic, it's either Dominic wins the title or Breaker's retaining, but I would give it to Dominic.
All right. Dustin, we'll go with you next. Your thoughts on the Intercontinental Championship match?
Like I said, that AJ Styles and Logan Paul will be one of the best matches of the weekend. This one also has a shot at being one of the best matches of the weekend, too. Intercontinental title, 4-way, Braun Breaker, Finn Balor, Dominic Mysterio, and Penta. Penta's first WrestleMania, same for Braun Breaker. So, any way you go with it is not a bad way to go. Literally any of the 4 ways. If you have Braun Breaker retain, I'd be okay with it. Penta wins the belt, I'm okay with it. Finn Balor wins the title, I'm okay with it. Dominic Mysterio wins the belt, I'm okay with it. Literally any way you go with it, I'd be happy. There's not a bad way to go. My prediction is actually going to be an interesting one. I think Dominic will try and get the win by trying to pin Penta, but Finn Balor will end up throwing his ass out of the ring and taking the pin for himself. And I think Finn Balor will end up being your new Intercontinental Champion after WrestleMania is over. And I think that'll lead to Finn Balor end up being kicked out of the Judgment Day very, very soon. So Finn Balor will be your new Intercontinental Champion. Penta will be fine, and so will Braun Breaker in the future. I'm sure Penta will be on his way to getting the Intercontinental title sooner rather than later. But I think it's finally time you give Finn Balor something. So Finn Balor will be your next Intercontinental Champion after WrestleMania is over.
All right. Tyler, I'll go with you next. Your thoughts on the Intercontinental title match?
Believe me, this is probably one of my most anticipated matches of Mania weekend. And honestly, like, you've got 4 people who I think are some of the best in the company and are some of my favorites. Like, honestly, this story has been incredible. The whole intertwining of everybody and all these new faces going, like, it has just been so much fun. Let's go over the 4 men here for those people. Bron Breakker, he's been my guy for the longest time. I love him. I honestly love him. He has been fantastic. His run as IC champion has been pretty good. I mean, yes, I know there was that split in there with Jay, but I didn't really care less about that. I was fine with that, surprisingly enough. Honestly, I didn't care less about that. But I'll get to more about Jey Uso a bit later. But yeah, honestly, Bron Breakker, he's my guy. He's been fantastic. And
That's my guy. Sorry.
No, he's my guy, damn it. But yeah, honestly, I'll say this much. I see a future where Bron Breakker will be like the top guy of the company. And not gonna lie, bold prediction going into this year, I see Bron Breakker being the one to retire John Cena. That might be crazy, but I see that happening. I'll get to John Cena a bit later as well, but yeah, Bron Breakker, he is my guy. Penta! Holy shit, we finally get to talk about Penta, like, properly as like an actor of it. What a run he has been having in WWE. Like, wow, he has just been fantastic. The presentation has been perfect. His entrance is just amazing. His matches have been amazing. Like, everything about Penta in WWE so far has been incredible, and I am so happy about that. Finn Balor. My goodness, it has been a rough while for Finn Balor, I gotta say. And it sucks because I've been a Finn Balor fan for a long time, so it's like seeing Finn just go through a lot of BS and such. Well, a Finn Balor fan for a long time. So
that's good.
Yeah. But yeah, Finn, he definitely does need some sort of rehabilitation back into being like a top tier competitor thing. And then we've got Dom, and let's be honest, Dom has been doing pretty good for himself lately. Like, his whole story has been interesting, but lately, it seems like Judgment Day are giving him a lot of disrespect. Like, Judgment Day seems to be kinda, I don't know, falling apart, and it'll only take one little thing to fully separate them apart. So, I think this match is gonna go like this. I think Dominic Mysterio will somehow roll up Finn Balor to win the IC title. But, post-match, it looks like Balor's about to celebrate with Dom sort of thing, but, I don't know. Dick kick, dick punch, something or other. Just, Balor's just had enough. Balor has had enough and just lays it out on Dominic and just completely has had enough. Like, all Judgment Day's in the ring, but Finn just had enough. He ain't Finn Balor anymore. He's the Prince. Once again. Finally. What everyone has wanted to see. And at the same time with this, like, Carlito, he's trying to stop it, but Carlito, he gets clocked as well in this. And as Liv and Raquel are looking on, they are just out here they are just shocked. And you know what? I see them walking away from this. Yep, I think we are finally about to see the breakup of the Judgment Day. It's been a long time coming, but now is the time to do it. And because of the way I've had this might be crazy, and this might be the prediction that probably won't happen, but I see Dominic turning babyface. I think the whole Dirty Dom persona, just Dom being him, I can see that working as a babyface. I don't know why, but I can see it working. Just Dominic being himself. Like, just being him. And I think that would work perfectly fine. And look, I know people might be out here like, whoa, you are crazy to think that Dominic will ever be a babyface again. I kind of see it. Like, I see Carlito going back to being a babyface and being like the whole, I spit in the face of people who don't want to be cool. Like, you know, classic Carlito sort of thing. I see Liv and Raquel kind of going a bit more tweener-esque. Like, they're still technically sort of heelish, but obviously more tweener, sort of like in the middle type thing. But I absolutely see Finn Balor fully reverting back to being more like the Prince of old. Like, being much more ruthless, being much more sort of heelish and that kind of thing. And honestly, I see a Dominic Mysterio versus Finn Balor IC title feud going on for a little while. I definitely do see that. But yeah, it might be bold for me to be saying all this, but I see Dominic winning, and I see the breakup of the Judgment Day.
I just have one more thing to say about that. Something is telling me that if Dominic wins, they're gonna. If Dominic does win, Jesus Christ, I can't believe I'm about to say this shit. Something is telling me that Finn is gonna say something, and it is gonna be hilarious. And that thing is, hey Dominic, get your match. That match, turn your match. Did I use that? Did I just use that as an excuse to just do a fucking Irish accent again? Yes, I did. I likes it. He's the one that influenced me to do that.
Yeah, I really do kind of see, like, the breakup of the Judgment Day happening sooner rather than later, and I know that shocked everyone thinking about babyface Dominic, but I don't know. I just see it. That's just me. But, yeah.
All right. Beast, your thoughts on the Intercontinental Championship match?
Man, I share Tylore's sentiment 100%. I think after this, we should get the breakup of the Judgment Day. I would like to see Dom win here. And then, obviously, that go to Dom's head and, you know, maybe on the Raw afterward. Self doesn't matter. Like, have them turn Balor. Excuse me, Jesus Christ. Have the Judgment Day turn on Finn Balor. Have the IC title go to Dom's head. Have Dom win at Mania and have it like go to his head maybe. Again, either at Mania or on the Raw after. Have it quickly go to his head because it's fucking Dominic. And then have him turn on Finn Balor. After that, I mean, I'd probably have Finn be written off TV for a while and then like have vignettes, right, of him like maybe, I don't know, exorcising the demon. That would be cool. And then maybe bring it back for like a one-off and then have him like hunt the Judgment Day when he comes back and then have him like dismantle the Judgment Day from the inside out. I think that'd be cool. Have Finn be the killing blow for the Judgment Day. Have him rip it apart. And have him come back like as the prince and then maybe do like the demon as a one-off. Because he's exercising his demons to vanquish the Judgment Day. That'd be cool. I do think Dom should win here and then Finn should get kicked out and revert to the prince.
All right, we're going to move on now to the two women's matches we got. We'll go for the first one. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Tiffy time. Tiffany Stratton defending against the first ever two-time Royal Rumble winner for the women's side, Charlotte Flair. This is Tiffany Stratton's first ever WrestleMania. And in that WrestleMania, she's in a big-time match with, I know people would disagree with it, but one of the best women's wrestlers of all time. And I say that not because of the amount of titles she's won, but because she always gets people talking, no matter what. That's why I always say, like, if you can have the people, if you can control the people, then honestly, you are in control. Duh. I'm excited for this one though. I think it should be really good. Will Charlotte become like a 15 or 16 time champ? I don't remember the number anymore. But
she's actually tied apparently.
Really? She gonna break the 17 before John Cena does?
Oh boy, if that happens. Oh boy.
I mean, yeah, she kind of is if you consider her 2 NXT title wins as a reign, which apparently WWE has chosen not to. But
okay, so she's
decided,
so they recognize her as a 14 time then.
Yeah.
Even though the NXT titles are world titles, so they should count, but WWE logic for you.
Yeah, but then again, Ric Flair is not a 16 time champ anyway.
He's like a 24 time.
Yeah. I don't understand where the hell WWE thinks 16 is the record. So, it's not a record and it doesn't make sense. Yeah. And if you want to say WWE, he's only been like a 2-time WWE champion, Ric Flair. So does that really count?
Nope.
So no, it doesn't. Anyway, I'd like to see Tiffany take it, but I got the feeling Charlotte's gonna take it. That's where I stand on it. Tyler, I'll start with you. Your thoughts on the women's title match?
Yeah, I'm not 100% on this. Like Charlotte, over the last few weeks, she's been doing a lot of shoots. She's really been all over Tiffany, and it's like...
That's what she said.
I'm... Like, look, Tiffany is fantastic. She absolutely is fantastic, but Charlotte's just being a dick at this point. She really is, and considering the amount of backstage hate, considering the amount of shoots and everything, it's just... I don't see WWE giving Charlotte the belt again. Like, I get it. When it comes to Charlotte Flair, you should kind of expect her to win, but the way she's been acting as of late, just no. Just please no. I definitely see Tiffany Stratton winning, and post-match, I do see Ludwig Kaiser showing up to congratulate Tiffany. I do see that because, I mean, considering what Charlotte said about Ludwig, please pay that off at least. So, there you go.
All right. Beast, I'll go with you next. Your thoughts on the women's title match?
Fuck Charlotte. Tiffany is fantastic. I can't discredit Charlotte's talent in the ring either. However, the fact she just shows up and gets shit because of her last name is kind of not cool. I felt that way ever since she was on the main roster. She's talented, make no mistake about it, yes. However, shafting a new over champion for somebody who has already gotten shit handed to them on a silver platter, it's not the greatest idea. I would like to see Tiffany retain. It ain't gonna happen though. So I have Charlotte, and I just don't care.
I don't blame you on that.
Yeah.
All right, Heel Balor, I'll go with you.
Long story short, this feud has sucked donkey dick. This feud is fucking blown. Seriously, I was very excited with this. Was even before it was announced, I was pretty excited for this because the thought of these two clashing was I wouldn't say a dream match. It was how would their dynamics do together, and it's turned out completely horrible. It is one of the worst things on SmackDown besides SmackDown fucking sucking in general. I don't know, man. There's death, taxes, Charlotte Flair winning championships. I love you, Tiffany. I love you to death. But I just got this feeling that Charlotte's winning the championship. Oh my God, just get it over with. Charlotte's winning the title. Whatever.
All right. Dustin, I'll go with you next. Your thoughts on the women's title match?
Oh boy, what a feud this has been, and not in a good way. Tiffany Stratton and Charlotte for the women's title. This feud has been awful, but it's been hilarious at the same time. I don't really know what could be a shoot and what could be a work. But believe me, I think this match is going to be good as long as they can get along. Unfortunately, there's three things that are guaranteed in this world: death, taxes, and Charlotte Flair winning championships. I hate saying it. Tiffany, you will get the belt back again sooner rather than later. But unfortunately, with Charlotte ending up teasing a feud with Jade Cargill in the future, I unfortunately think Charlotte will get the belt again after WrestleMania is over. Charlotte will be your next women's champion, and it pains me to say it.
All right. Leo, I'll go with you next. Your thoughts on the women's title match?
Honestly, I wish I could care more. I don't know what it is, but lately Charlotte just doesn't have it anymore. Because her performances have either been mediocre or just bad overall, whether it be in the Rumble or the one match she had with B-Fab. Okay, B-Fab is not a great in-ring worker, but like Charlotte usually is the one who puts the most effort in. But for whatever reason, it just did not work out. I'm just noticing she's not as good as she used to be. And now, like with this whole thing going to WrestleMania, like, I know it's the expected thing to just assume she's gonna win. But I'm just gonna go off the limb and just say, hey, have my hopes up, and Tiffany Stratton retains.
All right. KESHAWN, what's your thoughts on the women's title match?
Charlotte's winning this. And honestly, I'm gonna sound like a dick, but I don't mind it because I can't stand Tiffany. I just can't.
Understandable.
But other than that, I don't give a rat's testicle about this match.
All right. That's a weird visual to have on it, but okay. Steep, we'll have you next on the women's title match.
I've been annoyed with this feud for like the last month or so now, ever since Charlotte got back and stuff. And just, I absolutely love Tiffany since her NXT days. Been calling her Strat Goat, the nickname I gave for her. This just seems like another excuse for Charlotte to get a championship and, add more to who she is and, the name value she has. And I'm just really, really hoping that Tiffany retains. But the obvious answer, what's most likely going to happen, is Charlotte is going to win the title.
Yeah.
And if I know Steve, he much rather watch that rat kill scene from Terrifier 3 than watch this.
I didn't agree to that.
Anyway, folks, as we are 7 hours into this podcast, we're moving on to the other women's title match. Holy fuck.
7 hours.
Yeah. We're at this point going to be at the length of both nights combined.
Well, technically one night with the pre-show and the post-show combined, so there's that.
Anyways, and that other title match is a triple threat match for the Women's World Championship. The champion Io Sky defending against Bianca Belair and Rhea Ripley. A match that some people thought should have been the main event, but let's be honest, this thankfully did not have the same cause as the Sasha Banks situation. So, thank God we didn't have to deal with another one of those. I'm excited for this. It is a little polarizing, I will admit. I'm surprised Bianca Belair is involved in this, given she's supposed to be, honestly, in the Jade Cargill Naomi feud. But, hey, it is what it is, and perhaps maybe that feud will still play a part in this one. Yo, Balor, I'll start with you. Your thoughts on the Women's World Title Triple Threat?
I don't like how Rhea Ripley's character's been portrayed as like a bitch, basically. Like, literally, I wouldn't say bitch. Let me retract that there. I don't appreciate how she's been basically a whining person in this whole feud. You lost your championship. To be fair, you have every single right to get it back, but you had a rematch on Raw, which was kind of fucked over, but still. And understandably fucked over because Bianca Belair lost her cool with both you and Io. So you've been lobbying for a rematch for your championship. Fine, awesome. But Bianca won the chamber. You didn't. Like, I don't know, man. But other than that, it's just Rhea Ripley's character. Like, I just don't like how she's been treated, like, in this whole rivalry. And let's be honest here. In my opinion, they only gave the title to Io to put her on the freaking card. I think she's losing this match. I really do. Now, do I think she takes the pin? That's neither here nor there. Then we get to Bianca Belair. Her WrestleMania streak, all that stuff. And yes, it is a streak, whether people want to admit it or not, it is a streak. Is still intact and stuff like that. It's going to remain intact because I know people don't want to hear this. I know a lot of people don't want to hear this. So open your ears, ladies and gentlemen. Bianca Belair is winning the women's championship here. And that'll be it. Bianca wins the title, and we're going to move forward with everything else in life. Bianca Belair, the new women's champ. There you go.
All right. KESHAWN, your thoughts on the women's world title triple threat?
Obviously, you already know who I'm gunning for. You already know who I'm going for. Do I think Io's gonna win? Is that even a question? And second, if she doesn't, do I think she's gonna be pinned? No. Call me crazy, but Rhea takes the pin, and that's how we see that look, Tyler. And that is how we slowly get a heel Rhea. Start playing the seeds for a Rhea heel turn.
That's interesting.
So, by the way, who I think is winning? Come on, man. You already know who. I ain't gotta say it, but I don't want to say it, but you already know who I'm going to, though.
Yeah.
My girl Io.
By the way, need to tell you something, KESHAWN. I say this on a lot of podcasts. Io Sky sucks. Big silence. All right. Moving on, though. Beast, I'll go with you next. Your thoughts on the women's world title match?
I concur with everything Black Negan said. I think Io is retaining. I think planting the seeds for a Rhea heel turn is the way to go as well. I personally don't see Bianca and Rhea. Love Rhea, but no. I feel like planting the seeds for a heel turn and making her feel a little more fresh would be great. And I got Io retaining. She definitely deserves more than just getting pushed around in the lead up to WrestleMania and then losing her. I think having her reign a little longer with the title would be really, really dope. I got Io winning.
All right. Steep, I'll go with you next. Your thoughts on the women's world title match?
Yeah, it's been really weird how Rhea's been presented in this entire feud and everything, and just it definitely was a shock when Io won the belt on the road to Mania and everything. Honestly, what I think is gonna happen is I definitely have Bianca winning this one.
All right. Dustin, I'll go with you next, man. Your thoughts on the women's world title match?
Women's world title, Bianca, Io, and Rhea. This feud has taken a lot of twists and turns, haven't it? Bianca wins the chamber, then Rhea decides to put her belt on the line against Io. I think it was after the chamber, and just stupidly, Rhea's an idiot for this, decided to toward her focus on Bianca way too quickly, and Io just takes the belt from her. Rhea has been the whiny bitch of this feud, I will say that, but you guys know, everyone on this podcast and everyone watching and listening has known my whole ordeal with Bianca and how I think she's overrated. I think ever since WrestleMania 37 when she fought Sasha Banks, I've always thought she was overrated and never thought she was that good, specifically on the main roster, because I loved her in NXT. I wish we got NXT Bianca back, but Bianca on the main roster has been so overrated, and I'll be honest with you, Rhea Ripley is getting up there to Bianca's level of how overrated she is. Not saying she's there yet, but she's getting there, because I don't think she needs to be in the women's world title scene all the fucking time. But anyways, I'm hoping and predicting that Io Sky will retain. I think she deserves a little bit longer of a run since she just got it after the Chamber. Io deserves it. Let her run with it for a few more months. I think Io Sky will retain, and Bianca's undefeated streak at WrestleMania will finally come to an end. Fuck. Please end this undefeated streak. It's insufferable. Bianca, you are not the Undertaker. You'll never be the Undertaker. End it at WrestleMania, please. Io Sky to retain.
All right, Leo, I'll go with you next. Your thoughts on the women's world title match?
It's been a very rocky build. And I really like all three of them. As I really enjoy almost everything Bianca's done. I'm a huge fan of Io. I'm a big fan of Rhea, but her last year of booking has really kind of pushed me away from really liking her as much. From the constant feud with Liv, and then the way she's kind of like forced herself into this world title match is like, okay, I get it, like, and have her off of WrestleMania entirely. And the same goes for Bianca and then Io. So I get why they did this triple threat, but it's the journey that's just been a real mess. I expect this to be like the possible like best in-ring match for WrestleMania Sunday. In the end, like I could see any of the three winning, but if I had to put my money on just one, I'm going for Io because it'd be so unfair to her to be put into the role of the champion, be belittled, and be basically put as the third wheel, getting pushed around by the two bigger ladies, and then just end up losing. So, and for Bianca, like she's got the stuff with Jade and Naomi to go on with after WrestleMania, and for Rhea, it's not really much a character change she needs as much as a change of scenery. I think it'd be good for her to kind of go to SmackDown, maybe.
All right.
So I'm going with Io.
All right. And of course, TYLORE, your thoughts on the women's world title match?
Oh, boy, I swear to God, this has been a clusterfuck of a booking. Like, seriously, what the hell were they smoking with this booking? Like, God damn, first, you've got Bianca being thrown into the match, winning the chamber, just being like, oh, Bianca needs to be on the card sort of thing, even though you have a perfectly good Jade Cargill match here, but it's like, oh, nah, we're doing the Naomi thing. It's just like, that, it makes no sense to that. Then, top it all off, you have Bianca costing Rhea the fucking belt. Yeah, I said it. Bianca distracted Rhea to a point where, oh, I don't know, Rhea was costed the belt. So it's like, what the hell? And like, Bianca and Io and Rhea, they've been intertwined sort of thing. And look, no hate to any of them. I think Bianca's great. I think Io's brilliant. Rhea's my girl. Like, God, this has just been so much of a clusterfuck, and every segment, every week, is just Adam Pearce being like, how do we solve this situation? Like, sign the contract, but the contract signing gets interrupted. Oh, we'll just do this, that, and then after every last thing, Adam Pearce is just like, alright, I give up, all three of you are in the match. And, it leaves a sour taste in my mouth. Like, the match is gonna be great, don't get me wrong, the match is gonna be brilliant, but it has just left a sour taste in my mouth. So, pretty much, what I see with this match is that either at the start of the match or in the middle of the match, well, because of what I said with the Jade Cargill Naomi booking, yeah, Jade, because of what was said, like, Bianca did it, Jade shows up and takes Bianca out of the match. She costs her the match, takes her out of the match, and it becomes a singles match. Because let's be honest here, that it makes sense for this to be a singles match. Bianca was the catalyst for all this, but now that Jade has taken her out, now we can get back to business. The two people who deserve to have this sort of one-on-one sort of match here, and honestly, I may be biased on this, but I've got Rhea winning. Like, I love Io, don't get me wrong. Io will get the belt back soon, but I don't know. The way the story has gone, I just want Rhea winning back the belt. However, I will say this much. I will say this much post-match. I see Becky Lynch returning. I really do. Like, considering everyone has been speculating about when she's coming back, even us to a degree, but now is the time to bring her back. And I think immediately putting her back into the title scene, going after the title she, well, had a bit of controversy with the losing and all that jazz, but putting her back in the title scene, giving us that rematch of Rhea and Becky, oh, that will cook. That will cook. That will feed generations. So, yeah, I've got Rhea winning, and I've got Becky showing up.
It's funny you say that, TYLORE.
Seriously, they need her right now.
They do. It's funny you say that.
It sucks.
Yeah,
the funny thing is because at WWE World right now, there's apparently like they have like posters of like fucking advertisers of Becky there.
This division has suffered a whole hell of a lot. It has suffered. And call me the Becky Mark. I mean, damn right I'm a fucking Becky Mark. She's one of my favorites. There were Balor, obviously. Becky, in my opinion, if she doesn't even need to win the championship. She just needs to be back on TV, in my opinion. This division has suffered because of her absence, in my opinion. Now, was it good when she was there? That's neither here nor there. It's up to your interpretation, your opinion. But, in my opinion, the division has dangerously suffered since she's been gone. And honestly, with her being back, hopefully this division will get a kick in the ass that it needs. It needs a kick in the ass. It needs a boost. It needs someone like a Becky Lynch. Someone who can, again, I'm not saying like not just Becky Lynch. There are other people out there who can actually go out there and do the things that, you know, people should be doing. But it's like, dude, you need that boost. This division fucking sucks. It fucking blows. It's horrible. It's disgusting to see that. Good, Steve, carry on. I'll let you take it.
Becky is your female face of this company. She represents your brand, your industry, all that. You don't have that female representation in anyone else, in my opinion alone. That's not me sucking up to Hill Balor here. No, I'm legit being honest what I believe. You need Becky Lynch. You need someone like her to help improve this division. You got to book to her standard. I'm sorry, I just don't see anybody else in this modern roster doing that, no matter who you are or where you are.
Okay, so that was pretty damn impressive, I'd say. Christian needs to sort out a few things, so he's passed the torch over from me for the rest of this. So, yeah, let's get to it. We've got our 3 big-time matches here. The 2 world titles and the triple threat, but I think we'll start with one of the 2 world titles. And that, of course, is the World Heavyweight Championship. And believe me, I am very excited to see how this one goes here. It is Gunther taking on Jey Uso. Of course, Jey Uso winning the Royal Rumble. Pretty impressive faction, might I add. Like, shocking everybody there. I don't think anybody expected Jey Uso to get it done. But, well, of course, Jey having such a big moment sort of thing, which then led to, well, at first the build was definitely interesting, but now, as we reach the climax, as we reach the Mania, yeah, this has been fantastic. Like, the build has really been pretty damn good. So, honestly, I am very excited to see how this one plays out. But I think we should get to it. Beast, what do you think of the Gunther versus Jey Uso match we've got?
I understand the want for Jey Uso to become world champion. I get it. Absolutely. He's not really my cup of coffee for the main event. However, as a person who has wanted his favorites to be in the same position that Jay is getting, I absolutely understand fans of Jay wanting this. So with that said, I think Jay and Gunther are going to put on an absolute classic. I do have Jay going over. He does deserve his moment in the sun. I'm not going to deny that. He does. He's worked his fucking ass off, and he does deserve it. I'm gonna feel indifferent about it. I'm just gonna be like, oh yeah, congrats, good. I'm just gonna feel indifferent. Like it's good for him, and good for his fans. And that's all you can wish for in wrestling at the end of the day, is for somebody to get something they've worked so hard for, and for their fans to be happy about it. And I think Jay's gonna get that. My prediction is Jey Uso becomes new World Heavyweight Champion.
Hell yeah, that is definitely a good way to go for it. Heel Balor, I'll go to you next. What are you thinking about this World Heavyweight Championship match?
This rivalry should have heated up a long time ago, in my opinion. Jay finally being serious should have happened, like, in my opinion, 3 weeks out after he won the Royal Rumble. You should have had the attack on Jimmy Uso be way early in the rivalry, in my opinion. But that's the end of it. I'm going to say what B said there. You know, cool, great. His fans deserve it, along with a few other things. But it's because just the reign of Gunther has just been terrible, in my opinion. You know, he has not done shit with that belt, and it's not his fault of his own, because certain people in suits up there want to do their thing. But what do I know? This reign has not been fun, in my opinion. Hopefully he gets it back down the road. I think Jay is going to get the win. He's going to become the new World Heavyweight Champion, and you might as well just give it to the fans, give them what they want, have fun with it, see where it goes. I will give him a chance. I'm going to give him his chance as World Champion, and we'll see how it goes. So, new World Heavyweight Champion. I think this will kick off the show. Jey Uso, new World Heavyweight Champion.
Fair enough. I could definitely see that myself, potentially. Dustin, what do you think of the World Heavyweight Championship match?
Oh boy, this has also been a roller coaster of a ride. World Heavyweight title, Gunther versus the Royal Rumble winner, Jey Uso. Let me talk about this real quick. The online hate for Jey is just fake. It's just, personally to me, it's just fake. It will always be fake because it's online and not in the crowd. Because if it was in the crowds wouldn't be yeeting when Jey doesn't want them to yeet. So, everyone online, shut up. Please. Your voice will never be heard. Anyways, the Jey and Gunther, the start of this feud was god awful. At that time, I could not give a flying fuck about this feud. Now, ever since Gunther beat the living hell out of Jimmy, it's been winning me over. I will give them credit. They started to win me over, which I'm very happy. Do I think Jey should win? Do I think he should win? I don't think he should win, but will he win? Probably. I want Gunther to retain because I do see Jey as a main eventer, but not on the caliber of Gunther. I don't think he's there because Gunther has proved it time and time again that he can beat Jey. He's done it multiple times already. Plus, I don't know. I like Jey. I really do. I get down with his geek gimmick. I just think that he don't need the world title at the moment. I think later down the line he can, but I think he'll end up winning the world title. My prediction will be Jey Uso, but I would prefer if they kept it on Gunther. But I think Jey's going to end up winning the world title.
Okay, Leo, what are you thinking about Gunther versus Jey Uso?
Okay, the build has been subpar, like at least from the beginning, because of this huge gap between shows of like Rumble and then Chamber at the beginning of March, and then like 6-7 weeks of build until WrestleMania. this rivalry has really dragged up until the stuff with Jimmy getting involved and making it more personal when Gunther like zip tied Jay and then beat the hell out of Jimmy to the point where he's pouring blood, and when he puts the blood on it, that's the thing that finally Jay needed this motivation to finally flip the switch and be like, you know what, screw this. I'm the confidence I've been doubting on myself, like this fear I've had of you after being defeated 3 times, that's out the window. Now I'm gonna kick your ass and leave you dead and buried at WrestleMania. And as for I can't speak for anyone else here. I'm probably Jay Uso's biggest supporter in this call, in this group. That I really want Jay Uso to win, not because of like he just deserves it, but at the same time, when you've lost to the same guy 3 times, and you can't do it like when it matters the most, like it's really gonna hurt you. So that's why I'm gonna say that Jay finally defeats Gunther and becomes World Heavyweight Champion. Should he hold it for a super long time? No, I would say if like he can drop it by like Money in the Bank or even SummerSlam at the latest. That's about it.
I mean, yeah, fair enough. That's definitely understandable when it comes to how it should go. Like, obviously, we're not exactly 100% sure on that front, but hey, anything's sort of possible there. Black Negan, what do you think about the Gunther versus Jey Uso match?
Oh, Walter. That's right. I'm still not calling exactly. Oh, Walter. Shut your ass up, Steve.
Gunther.
Oh, Walter, let me tell you, man.
You
think you're all high and mighty, you fucking low song looking ass bug. But let me tell you this. You think you're a badass now, but you just did something that you know screwed yourself. That you know screwed you. You pissed off a goddamn Samoan. Bro, let me tell you. You pissed off a Samoans, they're getting it back in blood. So just know when come WrestleMania, Jay, oh man. Oh, Jay's gonna get it. He's gonna get it in blood. And when you wake up in that hospital, you're gonna be like, damn, I really pissed off a Samoan. I really pissed off a really angry Samoan. Why did I do that? Do I think Jay's winning? Absolutely. Do I think he's gonna make Walter bleed? Oh hell yes. My pick for this is main event Jey Uso. 1, 2, 3, yeet.
Oh yeah, indeed, yeet. And
that motherfucker Walter, when he smiles, you know that fucking open mouth smile that he does. The only thing that comes to my mind when I see that is that.
I did not realize that until now.
This fucking trollolo Mr. Bean dressing ass mug, you're gonna get yours. He's gonna get his at Mania. I guarantee you that.
Oh my god, I did not realize that was the case until now. And Steve, what do you think about the World Heavyweight Championship match?
I mean, I'm not as sold on Jey Uso as a lot of people are. I mean, he is over, it's fun to eat. He knows how to definitely win over an audience. And, he is red hot right now. And one thing that I hate is when you don't capitalize on when someone is extremely over and, you kind of just, fumble the ball with that one. I'm not really for Jey winning the title right now, at least. I definitely think somewhere down the line he'll become world champion, but I think the best time to do it would be now because he's more over than anything right now. So as much as I like not in for it, and Jey Uso just isn't that guy to me. He's not one of my favorite wrestlers at all, but I do think it is the perfect moment to do it, so absolutely Jey should win the title.
I mean, yeah, fair enough. Jey is someone who has definitely been on the grind there. And yeah, for my prediction, yeah, I've been a Jey Uso fan ever since, everything we've been saying. Jey has been one of my favorites throughout the last few years. He's been great. And quite honestly, this is his time. This is absolutely his time. And you know what? I might get a lot of hate for this, considering what the actual main event is, but this should have main evented night one. This really should have. I get people's resentment to that, yeah, but I don't know. I feel like this match would have been a better night one main event than what we've actually got, but considering what we've actually got, yeah, understandable, but I don't know. I'm a yeet guy. I'm all about that yeet. All about the yeet man. So, yeah, I've got Jey Uso winning here. I think it is absolutely time for Jey to have his moment. Time for him to win a world title. And honestly, he definitely deserves it. No ashamed of Gunther, obviously. I do see Gunther eventually getting himself back into the world title scene. But, yeah, I gotta give it to Jey. Absolutely. For the group of us in attendance...
Yep.
And for the thousands watching us online, let's get ready to predict the main event! Oh yes, main event time. We got two huge main events, and I think we'll start things off with the Saturday main event. Oh yes, the night one main event. It's been an interesting ride, but we got ourselves a bit of a Heyman on a pole match, if you were willing to say. We've got CM Punk versus Seth Rollins versus Roman Reigns with Paul Heyman in CM Punk's corner. This has been one of the most convoluted, one of the most insane storylines going into this year's Mania, and god damn, wow. I mean, it says a lot when, a main event match like this is just, this insane. But, yeah, it is insane. It really, really is. Good Lord, I tell you, I am very excited to see how this one goes. I mean, CM Punk having his sort of legacy with Paul Heyman sort of thing. And of course, him and Seth Rollins with all their beef, and him and Roman Reigns with all their beef. Of course, Roman, he's always had issues with Seth, going back to the days of the Shield. And then with Punk, we didn't see much of it back in the day, but we've seen it as of late. Yeah, they've definitely had their issues. And yeah, Seth, he doesn't like the both of them, so this is a blood feud as it is. And you add Paul Heyman to the mix, man, I'll tell you, your chances of winning drastic go down. My goodness, this is going to be an incredible match. I think I'll at least start here, because I guess so here. I'll at least get this out of the way, sort of thing. I actually see Seth Rollins winning. That might surprise me, but I actually see Seth winning this match, because I feel like this is gonna tie in long term to the future, and Seth saying that he's got a favor he wants to cash in, that kind of thing. This might sound crazy, but I see Seth winning with the help of Paul Heyman. I see Paul betraying both Punk and Roman to go with Seth, and I actually see Seth going back to more of his architect sort of roots, sort of like the whole architect character in a way. I kind of see that being the case for Seth, and with Paul Heyman on his side, and especially with what could potentially happen, man, I'm intrigued to see how this plays out, but I think we should get to it here.
Hey,
Balor.
I'll actually do you one better. He might win, but not with the help of Paul Heyman, but with the help of a certain boss.
Well,
final boss.
Well, I guess I'll go with you first then, Black Negan. Who do you think
Logan go first.
all done?
Logan go first.
Oh. Okay, then Will. What do you think of this big triple threat match?
Well, first, save Beast for last. Save Beast for last. I want to hear his shit last. As for me, I think it's going to be one of those matches where, I know I keep saying a lot on this show, but this is one of the matches I'm looking forward to the most because of the dynamic. And sure, yeah, there's nothing on the line. Like, this really should be the custody of Paul Heyman. If you remember Rey Mysterio and Eddie Guerrero from back at SummerSlam 2005, where they hung the contract for Dominic up there, little Dominic now, up there, Rey Mysterio and Eddie Guerrero fought for custody of Dom. Now they should have done that with Paul Heyman, because that's literally what the whole storyline is about. The favor that CM Punk wanted and it got was Paul Heyman in his corner. You got Seth Rollins, who hates CM Punk. You have Roman Reigns, who hates CM Punk. You have CM Punk, who does not like both these dudes, right? You get the Shield dynamic. You have so many things intertwined in this rivalry. Then there's little old Paul Heyman, who was about to get curb stomped. He was shoved. Paul Heyman should literally be in this fucking match, really, if you think about it, because Paul Heyman's the centerpiece of this match. So... And, of course, Punk getting his first WrestleMania main event. And that's pretty cool. That's pretty awesome. And he deserves it. Congratulations to the man, Phil Brooks, behind the character, and CM Punk himself on that. Who is going to win? That's the big question. Who's going to win? You got Seth Rollins, who could win with the help of a few people. You have Roman Reigns, who could win again, even though he lost last year's WrestleMania match to the Code guy, of course, And, of course, you got CM Punk, who didn't wrestle in last year's WrestleMania because he was injured, obviously. I'm going to go and say that CM Punk is going to win this match. I think CM Punk will take the dub here, and the Shield boys are going to cancel each other out. And I think they might team up on Punk. We might see a triple power bomb for freaking Paul Heyman will be in the loop of this whole thing. And but I could see a world where Seth Rollins wins, and I'll lose my freaking mind if that happens. Nothing against Seth Rollins, of course. And then there's Roman, who honestly, he could win and not really do much, honestly. Regardless, I think all three of these guys continue feuding on down the road, in the SummerSlam. But I'm just going to go ahead and say that CM Punk will get the win. CM Punk.
Yeah. Like, I know Roman is getting, to the twilight of his career sort of thing, but I'll tell you, this is definitely putting back in a lot of interest to his sort of character and everybody's sort of characters in that. Dustin, what do you think of this Heyman on a Paul match?
The main event of night one. Roman Reigns, Seth Rollins, and CM Punk. CM Punk's first WrestleMania main event in his entire wrestling career. Very happy for him. You can tell when that got announced. You can tell that was Phil Brooks. That felt very honored and very happy. That was not CM Punk. That was Phil Brooks. That was very happy. Very happy for Punk. He deserves it. But anyways, the feud has been phenomenally done. I've been saying to myself that at the beginning of it, I hope if they do this triple threat, I hope they take care of it, give it all the time it needs to develop. And by God, they have done that. I've been enjoying every little bit of this feud and this build up to this match. The favor from Punk. Do we think Seth Rollins will even have a fucking favor? I don't know. Fucking Paul Heyman turning on Roman and siding with Punk. But any of the three ways would be okay. Any one of the three. But I think I just personally don't think you should have Punk lose his first Mania main event. I think Punk should go over here. I think Heyman will. He's been contemplating it for weeks that he should side with Punk. Obviously, he's going to walk down Mania with Punk. I think he's going to finally pledge his allegiance to CM Punk and they are going to go on their merry way. I don't think the partnership will last very long, but I think it's just, to me, it's just right that Punk ends up winning this, because I think it could set up Punk for a world title match in the future, whether it's against Jade, whether it's against Gunther, Cody, Cena, whoever in the future. I think Punk needs to win this to set himself up for title matches in the future. Seth and Roman, I think, will have a one-on-one match in the future at WrestleMania, so I think they'll be fine in a loss. Plus, I think Roman Reigns is just gonna go away again after Mania's done.
All right, then. Black Negan, what do you think about this big old triple threat battle for the ages?
Oh man, where do I start? Okay, let me tell you this. Do I think this should be the main event? No. But at the same time, just for Roman, just because Roman's in his 10th main event, I don't mind it. But should CM Punk be involved in this? No. Because I'm sorry, but in my eyes, he's just not that type of caliber wrestler. I'm sorry, he's just not. And then we got Seth, who's walking around all bitter still. He wants CM Punk's head. He wants his head. And then you got Roman, who wants Seth's head. And then you got Paul Heyman, who's in the middle of all this. But all that aside, storyline, I get it. Personally, if you take out CM Punk, I wouldn't have an issue. But who do I think is gonna win? I see this going one of two ways. One, Roman wins with help of Paul Heyman because Paul Heyman because Son is telling me that Paul Heyman might be planning to betray Phil. Because I get it. I get it. He known CM Punk for years. But think about this. He's known Roman even longer than he known Punk through his family. He's practically known Roman pretty much his whole life. Talking that. Anyway, but option 2 is what I think might actually happen. Okay, so just bear with me. I don't think Roman will win. I don't think Seth will win. But I don't think Punk will win either. And here's what I think. Option number 2, they can go. There'd be no winner. Why do I say? And what do I mean by this? There wouldn't be a winner because there would be a return. A return of someone that's been watching from the shadows, watching all this. It's someone who arguably knows Paul Heyman better than everybody in this match. A certain beast of a wrestler. And I ain't talking about Dan Severn either. That's right. I am predicting that this match right here, might be how we get the return of Lesnar.
Now, of course, with that obviously has its sort of issue sort of thing. Like, it could absolutely happen, but obviously there is a fair share of issues with there. But if it could possibly happen, if it could, how do you think that will play out?
Like Brock Lesnar is gonna show up, and then Paul's gonna look scared at first, but then he's gonna give that trademark smirk. Like, you know exactly what type of evil smirk that he does.
Oh,
and then that's when all hell is gonna break loose. And you get F5, Punk gets one, Seth gets one, and then Brock stands over the battered bodies of everyone in this match, and Paul Heyman gets in the ring, looks at everyone, then looks at Brock and says, "You're the true Paul Heyman guy." And that's how we cut to black to end WrestleMania Saturday.
To be honest, I'm not sure if that could potentially happen, sort of thing, but goddamn, if there was a world where that could happen, that would be one hell of a cliffhanger. Not gonna lie. Not gonna lie. Steve, what do you think of this chaotic match?
I really enjoyed the build to this. You know, each person in here wants to, you know, brutally hurt the other one. You know, every man in this match just hates the person next to them, and it's just been one fun one to see. You know, this just seems like a big tug war over Paul Heyman, but it's kind of like, you know, the funny part about it, you know, their issues between all of them just go back, you know, years and years and years, and it's interesting. You know, at first I originally wanted this to be the Roman and Seth to get their one-on-one, and I really thought that the card was going to go Punk would be facing Gunther and Jay would be in the IC title picture and stuff. But I do think that Roman and Seth should get their one-on-one. It's a match that should happen at Mania, probably, you know, next year or so, whatever. But I'm fine with this, you know, triple threat match. Roman and Seth are just forever always going to be bonded to one another, no matter where they end up in their careers. I do think that, you know, it doesn't seem like that, but I do think that Heyman backing the winner of this match is definitely on the line, because that's what just signals what everybody wants in this match. You know, Roman's, you know, that's his wise man. Punk claims he's the original Heyman guy. Seth all of a sudden wants a favor from him, you know, whatever that might be. But just because of how the story's going and because how big of a moment it is and how, you know, how much this is gonna mean, I definitely think that Heyman will be aligning with the winner of this match, and I'm going with letting it be Punk. It's his first Mania main event, and you know, it's you see the emotion, it was in the contract, and that itself wasn't even the favor. And you know, with you know, he's already in his corner during this match, so I definitely think that's going to continue, and it's going to run back the days from over a decade ago. So I definitely have Punk going over in this one, and yeah, that's that.
Gotta say, that's definitely a good way to look at it. Leo, what do you think of this Heyman on a Paul match?
Well, it's not going to be on a pole because there's not a pole in this godforsaken country of America that can hold the gigantic body of Paul Heyman. We're going to have to bring in the forklift. Yes, people, I did just quote Canyon because who better?
Oh, yeah, who better than Canyon?
But I expect this to be an absolute great match. It is the most personal match almost of the whole card. Of every guy just wants to kill each other. Like the loyalties of Paul Heyman is basically the anchor of everything.
Who better than Canyon? Mortis?
Of course.
Oh, hush.
And in the end, I expect this to happen. It's gonna come down, like Seth is gonna be taken out of the picture, and it's just gonna be Roman and Punk. And in the end, and Paul Heyman doesn't even know what he's gonna do. And Punk and Roman looks like Roman's gonna hit Punk with a spear. Boom, gets caught in the GTS. And then boom, gets another one just for good measure. Pins Roman 1, 2, stomp. Seth stomps Punk's head right on a Roman's chest, and then hits another one, and that's how Seth wins this match. And then looks over to Paul Heyman, shakes hands, and they both leave together. Because the favor is that Seth wants Paul's assistance to get back to where he truly belongs, which is at the top of the card, going for the world title.
That's an interesting way to go with things. I'm intrigued to see how that plays out. So, right, Beast, you are the CM Punk expert of the group, absolutely. I gotta ask you, man, how do you feel about this big old triple threat?
Okay. I have been a fan of CM Punk since his Straight Edge Society days. There has never been another wrestler that I have felt a connection with like Punk. Now, I have always wanted him to get his moments in the sun, right? I've always wanted him to win a Royal Rumble, which hasn't happened. I became a fan of him after he won Money in the Bank, so I was like, dope. He's already done that. Wanted him to have a great world title reign. He had one. I'd like to have him have another. I've always wanted him to main event WrestleMania. Especially that. I was convinced that it just wasn't ever going to happen at a few points in my life. But now it is. And to see your favorite wrestler, who has been your favorite wrestler for 16 years, work so hard and finally get what he's owed, it's a beautiful thing. I'm glad Punk finally got it. And I think they could go one of two ways with it. I'm going to go with who I want to win first. Obviously, who I want to win, CM Punk. He is owed this. He is owed this WrestleMania main event, and he is owed this win in the main event of WrestleMania. Night 1 or night 2, doesn't fucking matter. He is owed this. I don't think it may happen. It's a toss-up. I want Punk to win, who I think, because it's going to revolve around Heyman a lot, who I think, unfortunately, Seth. I think Seth is going to win, and that is going to play into him becoming the next big Paul Heyman guy. Seth turning heel, giving his career a good revamp. But I really want Punk. I still think Punk could, and he should. And there have been a few points in my life where wrestling has made me cry. Punk coming out at Mania in the main event is going to make me cry. I think him coming out to the ring, played to the ring by Living Color, would be awesome. I'm biased, and I want Killswitch Engage to play this Fire Burns, but I'm biased because they're my favorite band. Either way, that'd make me get choked up too. And then seeing him win in the main event of Mania would just make me a whole ball of emotions. I would say I'm trying not to cry now. Part of me that probably is, but my allergies are kicking my ass, and that's the main source of energy that is being pushed to defend the allergies right now and not cry. So crying is taking a back seat. But I love Punk more than words can describe. Like my fandom for CM Punk is so huge. I feel like, me being a counterculture, fuck the system, save the planet, fuck the people in suits, billionaires suck, counterculture punk like I am, wouldn't really be a thing if I wasn't a fan of CM Punk. He definitely maybe was a catalyst to that, and seeing how he is and how he carries himself outside of the ring, and seeing how he's like, yeah, fuck this shit, dude. And he's like, seeing him vocalize his views on a lot of things publicly is dope. And because of that, I'm sure that became a vehicle for me to become, a fan of like Rage Against the Machine, Killswitch Engage, Bad Religion, Bad Brains. I feel like that really became a catalyst for all that. So fuck yeah, CM Punk. He should definitely go over. Will he? That's a toss-up. My prediction for who I think is going to is Seth. My prediction for who I want is CM Punk, because God damn it, he fucking deserves it.
Believe me, man, I know you have waited a long time for this fucking main event.
You damn right I have.
And look, man, I'm obviously on the side of wanting Jay and Gunther to be the main event, but seeing you be so happy about it, I fucking understand. I understand why this is the main event, and I understand that this needed to be the main event, even if I would have wanted something else to be the main event. God damn, I'll tell you, this has been so crazy, but we're not done yet.
We got one more.
Oh yeah, one more match left. And how do you top one of the craziest triple threats that we are seeing in recent memory with John Cena as a bad guy? Who would have predicted that? Who would have predicted that, folks? My goodness. I can't get over that. I really can't. Like, we're talking the WWE title match. We're talking Cody Rhodes versus John Cena. But let's be honest here. Like, I don't think anyone expected the direction we were going to be going in. Like, here's the thing. When the rumors came out about how we were going to see John Cena versus Cody Rhodes at WrestleMania, nobody wanted it. Like, nobody wanted to see that match in particular because it just didn't feel right. It just didn't really make sense, sort of thing. And then at the Chamber, when it was basically confirmed we were getting that match, like, I'll tell you this much, I felt extremely disappointed about that. But when Cody told The Rock to go F himself, and when John Cena gave him the hug, The Rock slitting his throat, and then the dick kick heard round the world, that has changed the complexion of WrestleMania so much. That has changed everything. And look, after that, Cena, what he's been saying has definitely been interesting. Like, the way he's been talking about the fans. Like, saying, like, I'm not a good guy. I'm not a bad guy. I'm a human. And all that jazz. And just insulting the fans. Talking about the belts being toys and all that jazz. It's like, there were a lot of things that we said about John, absolutely. But the way he was saying it was definitely interesting. But Cody Rhodes has just been on the offensive. Like, he understands that John was, for so many people, their childhood hero. And it's like, to see him go bad, it's like, it doesn't feel right. And seeing Cody have to fight for the fans, fight for the people, it's kind of insane. And with the lingering specter of the final boss and Travis Scott in the background, potentially getting involved, I tell you, this match, oh boy. I'll tell you, I think, Leo, I think I'll start with you.
Oh my God.
How do you feel about this chaotic match?
I sent you something. I have a lot to say. Please leave me for last.
If I could go first, may I?
Please, please let me go last, because what I have to say is going to be very different compared to everyone else.
Okay.
Beast, before you go, I'm not gonna go first because I'm gonna let you go first. But I just saw something on my social media, and we have another one. You're probably wondering what the hell I'm talking about. So I just saw something on social media from Muscle Man Malcolm. He's teasing his son coming to his YouTube. And he's gonna have another wrestler on his channel. Damu Anowai, a nephew of Yokozuna. We got us another one.
Were you just finding out about him?
You shut your mouth.
It's like a factor. It's like once you get a bunch, then you get a bunch more.
God damn, do your research, bro.
Do your research.
I did over a decade ago. I'm already aware of everyone.
No, we can take this outside.
All right, then let's get it.
Whoa! We gotta restore order here. Yeah, as you were saying, Beast, we'll start with you. Man, what do you think about this chaotic match?
So, everybody knows my stance on Cody Rhodes. I don't care. I don't care about Cody. Ever since Ring of Honor in 2016, I have not liked Cody. I've never been a huge fan of Cody to begin with. The only times that I was dashing and undashing because that at least entertained me for a little bit. Everything else, absolutely not. I don't get the hype with Cody Rhodes. Yes, he's good to watch in the ring. He has fine matches. His promos, sorry, stale as fuck. Not a fan. It's the same tired old lame ass shtick every fucking time he gets on the mic. I'm just not a fan. His aura. What aura? Exactly what aura? Like, I don't see it. Yeah, the only thing that he does is put on pretty decent matches, and he couldn't carry a broomstick to, a 5-star classic, even though, fuck Dave Meltzer, but he could at least have a decent match for the broomstick. Depends on the opponent, man. Like, he has good ring psychology. But I'm not a fan of Cody Rhodes, and haven't been for almost 10 years at this point. I know a lot of people, when he came back, lorded him. Cool, I didn't. I know a lot of people were like, well, why? Why? He's back. You should love him. No? Well, why don't you love him? Just seems like you're hating on him. No, I don't hate Cody Rhodes. Just don't like him. And I haven't liked him for almost 10 years. I don't flip a switch just because somebody returned and like, oh my God, they're off. No, I keep the same shit. I'm consistent. I don't flip a switch, dude. It's not who I am. I'm consistent about it. I don't like Cody. So, Cody finishing the story, yeah, good for him. Good job, whatever. Cena becoming 17-time world champion, maybe. Cool, good for him. But you didn't break the record because, I'm sorry, as a diehard wrestling fan, if you're a diehard wrestling fan, you know that Ric Flair didn't win 16 world championships. He won, like Leo said earlier, 24, 25. Like, Cena won't break the record. He'll break the record that WWE wants you to, which good for them. He'll break the record that WWE wants you to think is the record, right? Which, fine, awesome. So, I think this match has a lot of layers to it. It's like an onion, Shrek style. I think it has a lot of layers to it. Me personally, Cody Rhodes needs to lose. I'm sorry, his reign has sucked dick. And that's not just me being not a fan of Cody. It has felt stale. I don't really think he's done a lot of shit with it. I don't. So, I would give it to Cena, but I also want Cena to not hold it for a while. Kind of be maybe a transitional champion. I know he said, oh, when I win that, I'm going to retire with it, and I'll be the last real world champion, which, sidebar, I don't like that either, because if you say that, and then you don't do that, your word means nothing. Don't say that you're going to go into a pay-per-view and you're going to beat somebody, or you're going to win the title and hold it until you retire, because then if you don't, your word means nothing. Instead, a little word of advice, say maybe, oh, I'm going to embarrass you, because then win, lose, or draw, you can argue if you embarrass the person or not. But if you say you're going to beat them and you lose, your word means nothing. And if you say you're going to hold the title until you retire and you don't, your word holds about as much water as the Titanic if it was made out of Swiss cheese. So, Cena, I think, should win. Yes. Maybe be like, 6 months, maybe, with the title. Drop it to somebody else. I don't care who. I'm intrigued to see where they're going to go with it. But Cody Rhodes absolutely needs to lose. It's not just me not being a fan of Cody. It's me feeling very samey about everything he's done. It's the same old shit. And what really soured me is when he kicked out of the Burning Hammer. At one, no less, against AJ Styles, which that really soured me. You think Misawa would have done that? You think Taue would have done that? No. And that soured me even more. Because he's got this weird ego about himself, right? And I don't like Cody. So, Cody Rhodes' reign and his entire time in wrestling, to be completely honest, since 2016 has felt very samey. And I'm not a fan. It kind of feels like when he does do something different, he's kind of a tryhard and makes that moment try and feel special in his own way, which kind of falls flat for me. And maybe gets a small pop out of the hardcore fans of Cody Rhodes, which I'm definitely not. Felt very, very samey through his entire title run, and I think it's time it ends. Cody Rhodes, good for you, but it's time for somebody else. Give it to Cena, and then have him drop it to somebody who is pretty deserving. Give it to a new star, because I'm over this shit.
I will admit that's quite a very interesting analogy on it.
Yeah.
Christian's back.
Indeed, I'll hand you back the torch back.
That is, sorry about the absence, folks. I had to take care of some things. But of course, the fact that I leave it into the charge of TYLORE shows that I've got quite the amazing crew who has my back.
Yeah, like, I'll tell you, man, we're always happy to give you help whenever it may be. And believe me, folks, everyone listening to this podcast, like, Christian, he is an amazing guy, and everybody here, we do what we can to support him and help him, so absolutely. If you want to throw everybody here some love sort of thing and whatever, you got all the right to do so, but absolutely, Christian deserves all the love. 100%.
Indeed. Given this is my final year as a full-time YouTuber. All right, so where are we at? Like, I know we're on the main event here, but has everybody had a turn?
I went first.
Beast has gone first.
All right. Well, TYLORE, you've been doing a good job. I'll let you. Actually, here's the thing. I missed the last two matches, so I'm gonna just flat out tell you right now. I predict Jey Uso to wins the World Heavyweight title, and I predict Seth Rollins wins the Triple Threat and aligns with Paul Heyman.
Solid. Also, I will say, Leo requested he goes last for the main event.
Very well. And I will also say, I predict John Cena wins the WWE Championship. TYLORE, you've been doing a good job. I'll let you continue with this part.
Man, I'll tell you that I am so excited. I'll tell you, man. Like, I really am excited about this match. That, believe me, all you people know that I am a huge sort of Cody Rhodes supporter. Like, I don't understand, like, a lot of the hate Cody gets. Not to say that, like, a lot of the hate isn't deserved. Like, yeah, understandably. But I don't understand, like, all the online backlash and criticism to him and that kind of thing. And it's like, my God, I really don't know what to say here with it. I really don't. I still can't believe about John Cena turning heel. Like, I still can't believe it. Cena being a good guy for so many years and now going to the dark side. It feels just wrong. It really does. But at the same time, it works and just, it's so crazy to think that, and just everything around it. This is my most anticipated match of the show. This really is, because it can go so many ways. But I think I have a way for how this is going to go. So Yeah, I imagine the match will be pretty competitive, that kind of thing, but I imagine this match will go into like a chaos sort of stage. Like a Bloodline Rules type thing, but without the Bloodline Rules, just ref goes down and chaos ensues. And what sort of chaos? Well, first things first, I do expect Travis Scott to come on out and try and help out and that kind of thing. But I said that we might get back to him, but I actually am going to have the Weeknd come out to help out Cody, just to try and take down Travis Scott there, and just they can go fight out to the back. It looks like things are going well for Cody, but then the final boss shows up. The Rock shows up, and, well, things get chaotic from there, and, well, then I could see, like, Jey Uso coming on out to help Cody out. Hell, I could even see Stone Cold Steve Austin coming on out to help Cody. And it just goes to chaos. But I think at the end of the day, the person that'll probably cost Cody it all will be Seth Rollins. Yep, I did say I'd get back to that. I think Seth Rollins will be the catalyst for how the match's sort of end goes. I see Seth Rollins coming on in, looking like he's about to help Cody, but bang! Seth betrays Cody with Paul Heyman. And if you want, Drew McIntyre could get involved with that, but the main point is that Seth betrays Cody. Because Seth and Cody, they've had like the on and off relationship, like friendship and that kind of thing, and hatred and all that sort of stuff. I see that going into play. Cena hitting like the AAA, 1, 2, 3. Cena wins the title, and he stands tall with The Rock, Travis Scott, and Seth Rollins. And maybe Drew McIntyre if you want. But I see this being the reformation of the Authority. I really do see that being the case. And I know saying the Authority, or if you prefer, you could go with the name Sword if you want, but I absolutely see a big major heel faction coming into play. And believe me, if that is the case, I think Cena's going to hold the belt until December. I think he's going to hold it until his retirement match. And I did say I want Braun Breaker to be the guy to retire Cena, but no matter who it is, I see the title reign lasting for that long. That's just me on that, but hey, I'm intrigued to see how that goes. Whew. Like, god damn. But yeah, Christian said I think I should carry on with this, so I think I will carry on with that. I think we will go with Heel Balor. What are you thinking about this huge world title bout?
2025 has been a crazy roller coaster for professional wrestling. The Elimination Chamber 2025, Big Match John turned heel. And I remember that night, like, just literally being like, what the fuck? What the actual fuck? And then Travis Scott proceeded to fuck up Cody Rhodes and slap his face in. The Rock showed up, and they beat the living piss out of the WWE champion. John Cena's heel turn so far, in my opinion, has sucked. I'm going to be honest with you. John Cena's heel turn so far has been sucking. The explanation, honestly, while it does make sense, it would have made a lot of sense a long time ago in, like, mid-2010, John. I do think, obviously, this whole thing was The Rock, manipulating Big Match John and getting in his head and stuff like that. That's probably what they're going to lead down the road. I do think The Rock is showing up, and he's going to probably play a hand in Cody, and all that stuff, and maybe with the WWE Championship. I'll get that in just a bit. But I mean, John Cena's heel turn so far has just not been fun. It's been interesting, but to me, it's not been fun. They've just been trading words and stuff like that, which is fine, but like, there's gonna be a lot more action. There's more than one crossroads to get me on my feet. Now, granted, you have the go home show of SmackDown where John Cena is showing up, and maybe they do something there. Finally, about freaking time. But Cody's been carrying this feud, so props to him. I'll give him now on to Cody's WWE Championship reign. I've not been enjoying it, honestly, because it's not his fault of his own, but it's just been there to me. And I'm not the guy. I'm not gonna come in here and and do crapping on Cody because the goddamn Beast and Steeds and probably the rest of the crew are gonna probably do that as well. So I don't want to be, freaking copying off their stuff as well. But I will say this, Cody, your range has not been that good, buddy. Like, I will say this, at least you're here. I'll give you this, you're there. You're doing Roman didn't do. You're here. That's pretty much it. You had the feud with Logan Paul. The feud with AJ Styles I really enjoyed. Those feuds were really fun in my opinion. I did enjoy the feud with Logan Paul. I mean, that was short. The AJ Styles feud I really enjoyed. Then you went on to beat Gunther, which was stupid in my opinion. That whole concept of that stupid thing at Crown Jewel was dumb and horrible and stupid. To have the WWE champion go in there and fight the World Heavyweight Champion for a fake championship at the Crown Jewel belt. Like, Steve, come on, I need you to join in with me, brother. Please come on in. Come on in. I want you to wait until. Please come on in, Steve, my friend. Please come on in.
Oh, boy, have I been waiting
for
this one.
Come on in.
This
come on in.
build has sucked. I'm going to just be honest. This build has sucked. Cena's Fair War Tour has sucked. This heel thing has sucked. A whole bunch of talking leading to a crossroads. Really, you do that? A whole bunch of you beat the shit out of this dude at the chamber, and we lead to a whole bunch of talking to a cross. Okay, that's the perfect payoff. That's the perfect build that I want. One crossroads and a bunch of talking. That's our video package. Okay, great. I don't care about this build. I don't, and frankly, I don't really care about the match outside of the fact that there's supposed stakes on the line with this make-believe record that this company has just shoved in our faces that they expect us to believe.
Exactly.
It's nonsense and shit like that. And then I'll be honest, dude, I don't even. This whole selling your soul shit to The Rock, that shit was stupid. It made no sense. It had no part playing in this. I didn't like that looking back on it. I'm gonna be honest. I don't. Though The Rock's gonna be from a fan of me. I don't care. I don't. Not even The Rock's gonna get me to care about this. I'm saying that. Probably people giving me weird looks right now. This is probably gonna be used against me one day. This audio, but I don't care. It ain't about The Rock. Fuck The Rock. I don't care. This thing just sucks. I don't care what you spam out. Oh, excuse me. What's up?
Go ahead.
I don't care what legend, whoever you spam out for this match. I don't, because this build has sucks. I understand it's Cena's part-time schedule. I understand it's Hollywood and all that shit. But this farewell tour has sucked. It's been horrendous. Cody's reign has not amounted to what a lot of people expect to be. And don't give me that bias because of all that shit. I'm literally out here saying fuck The Rock. So don't play that fucking bias shit with me. Don't. Right now, don't. Literally, I don't care.
Fuck Finn Balor. Enough said. Don't use bullshit against us.
I don't care about The Rock right now. I don't. This entire build sucks. This sucks. The whole soul shit has sucked. This build and all that is just fucking horrendous. I'm sorry. It just is. And then Balor, you can get your prediction out the way before I get mine.
Of course. Just John Cena is going to become WWE champion. Now, if he doesn't become the WWE champion, what am I going to tweet my freaking opinions on social media? Well, I might do that. I might freaking explode. I don't freaking know what I'm going to do. At the end of professional wrestling is about feeling things, whether it's emotion, a good emotion, whether it's bad emotion, whether it's up, down, left, and right, so that feeling emotion. And at the end of the day, I just want to see some wild shit go down. Whether it's Cody retaining the title, whether it's a certain friend of ours losing his mind because John Cena freaking lost, whether it's another friend of ours winning because Cody Rhodes retaining the WWE Championship, whether it's just Stone Cold coming out and causing chaos, whether it's The Rock going in there and doing his best Maui impression, whether it's freaking Travis Scott showing up and dancing on Cody's head and John Cena's head. Well, I don't know what's going to happen, but all I do know is this, that John Cena will become the WWE Champion. So I pick Jonathan Felix Anthony Cena to become WWE Champion. I will say this about Cody Rhodes before I pass it on to Steve. Cody, you're great at what you do, sir. You're a great talent. You are a great individual. You're actually you're a pretty good wrestler. I'll give you that. But to me, in my opinion, your reign sucks. That's just me. I know a lot of people probably on here probably don't agree with that. It's completely fair and probably think we're just blowing shit out of our ass, just ranting for the fuck of it. No. We're just speaking our opinions. You guys can speak your opinions as well. For me, Cody, and maybe you don't, and hell, freaking maybe you don't go around. It's like Gunther's reign fucking sucks. It's terrible.
Yes, it does. Yes, this reign is horrendous.
Well, Breaker's reign sucks.
Breaker's reign sucks. Dude, when the first few weeks on Netflix, what was this man doing? He was an audience member.
Sitting in the crowd. Sitting in the crowd. That's a great way to freaking make Intercontinental champ. That's
what is this? Sitting in the crowd like this is some type of celebrity camp? Like, what are we doing?
Exactly. I can see a lot of people rolling their fucking eyes right now. A lot of people. That's completely fair and fine. A lot of people are rolling their eyes and probably upset what we're saying. That's fine. You're allowed to have that opinion. Again, you're probably thinking we're blowing smoke up our ass and I think we're a fucking bunch of crazy people out here just speaking shit.
This has been the worst Triple H booked Mania I've seen.
Ever. Okay, I'll never say that. I wouldn't say of all time, but it's one of the worst that I've seen. Go ahead, Steve. John, Cody Rhodes. Yes. Cody Rhodes is going to lose. John Cena retains. But I do respect you, Cody. Wrestler-wise, you're just not for me. But Cody Rhodes will lose. John Cena for the win. Carry on, Steeps.
Well, first off, I want to apologize to our host and our interim host for jumping the gun before getting called on. I hope you guys don't mind, but...
Of course.
No, you're good to go.
Yeah, we're fine with it, man.
I'm just saying, dude, I don't care if my face involved with this, dude, because honestly, The Rock doing that whole thing, Cena or Cody could have turned heel without The Rock's involvement, dude. Literally, that's all you could have done. One could have been mad because the other is getting more shit than they are, and that's what turns, that person heel or whatnot, whatever. That whole soul shit was just stupid. And dude, the only fucking reason that Stone Cold's even getting inducted, I won't say the only reason, but one of them, he's gonna be there because he's gonna get spammed into this match. You're gonna spam a whole bunch of people into this match. People to help Cody, Cena, people that are on Cena's side, Cena's ex-rivals and stuff like that. Dude, I'm sorry, that cheap pop is not gonna work for me. I don't care when The Rock's music hit. I'm gonna sit there dead silent because I'm just over this. I'm over this feud. I'm over all of that. I wish there was
even if the weekend shows up.
I mean, I've never really been the biggest fan of him, but whatever celebrity shows up, I'm not going to pop that much because I'm just over this. I wish there was more physicality between these two. I wish there was more than just, we beat the shit out of you one day, we're going to do a couple weeks of talking, and Cody's retaliation is a crossroads to Cena. These guys brutally beat you, and your retaliation is a crossroads to Cena. Cody's reign has been lackluster. It has sucked. I'm over that. Cena is fighting for a make-believe reign, Cue the 17th, the pyro and all that stuff and all that, and I really don't care with The Rock's involvement. I don't. This is probably going to be used against me one day as a Rock fan, but I don't care. It's out there and it's staying out there. I'm just over it. Now, as far as my prediction, honestly, I don't even know. And honestly, I feel like I'm fucked either way, but Cody's reign has sucked enough as it is, so really just give it to Cena and get this whatever number reign we're at out the way. I'm just going to go ahead and do that.
Oh my goodness, I tell you, believe me, I agree with you guys absolutely when it comes to a lot of things, and yeah, that is definitely a difficult one. Dustin, what do you think of this insanity we've got here?
Main event of the weekend. Could we end up seeing number 17 happen at WrestleMania? Will John Cena end up getting the job done as he faces Cody Rhodes for the WWE title? This feud has been, honestly, I'm just shocked on how good it is. I'm surprised it didn't end up being another Solo Sikoa or Austin Theory. I'm happy that Cody is holding his own on the mic with Cena. He proved that he can hang on the mic with Roman when he feuded with them the two prior Manias. He's proven that he can hang on the mic with the best of them. I'm very happy for Cody. If the podcast don't mind me talking about Mania 40, because that was pretty special to me, Cody ending up beating Roman and taking his title and ending the 1,316-day reign. I was over the moon with that. I ended up crying to sleep because I've been a Cody fan ever since this man debuted in the WWE. I followed him after he left in 2016, when he went to TNA, when he went to New Japan, he went to AEW, and when he came back, I was over the moon. I even said to myself as a young young wrestling fan, I hope and I think sometime in the future, Cody Rhodes will end up being a WWE champion. Sometime in the future. It was a rocky road to get there, but we finally got there last year. I was so happy that he did it. I've been very, very happy with his reign. I don't see why, and I don't see where all this hatred came from. That he's just doing his job as the face of the company, as the WWE champion, putting on stellar matches, the stellar feud with Kevin Owens earlier in the year. My God, that feud was fantastic. But Cena has, on his retirement tour, has been pretty good so far. He ended up getting to the final two in the Rumble with Jey Uso, and a shocking upset from Jey. I'm happy for him. And then he ended up winning the Chamber, which I personally don't think he should have won the Chamber, but in hindsight of what happened afterwards, it warranted Cena winning. But I would have much rather see Cody versus Punk personally. But like I said, the power of hindsight shows us that Cena needed to win. Who should win this main event of the weekend? I personally want Cena to win. Do I think it will happen? This might shock a lot of people, and I might be the only one on this podcast that says this. I'm going with Cody to retain. I don't know. I just don't know if they'll do it. I don't have faith in this company to do this sort of big thing for Cena. I have a feeling they'll do it way later than they should. Trust me, I want Cena to win 17. I think this is the perfect time to do so. I don't have the trust in this company to do so. I'm hoping they can prove me wrong. As a Cody fan, I'm saying this. I want them to prove me wrong. That they'll give Cena his 17th. My final prediction will be Cody to retain, just so I can kind of jinx it, so Cena can win it. But this match, I hope Cena can pull out that prime John Cena matches out of him in the year 2025. I think this will be a good match. I'm sure Cody can pull out prime Cena in ring wise. But the story has been fantastic. I'm hoping Cena wins and he ends up going on a fantastic last WWE title run. And I'm hoping sometime soon, whoever takes the title off him, it'd be a good one as well. I'm predicting Cody, but I'm hoping they go with Cena.
Alrighty then. And Black Negan, I gotta ask you, how do you feel about all this?
Just iffy about the whole thing. You know what I mean? Like, don't get me wrong. I like the promos. But other than that, I don't know. I ain't got nothing else much left to say. You know what I'm saying? Like, like I said, I like the promos. I love the promos. But other than that, I don't know.
Like,
as to
do you have a winner or such?
As to who I want to win, though, you know what? I'm gonna be petty, just to piss off our buddy that Will and Steve were referring to. Just to be petty, I'm gonna say Cena. I want Cena to lose.
Ooh.
Just to piss our buddy off. Because I'm petty like that.
I mean, pettiness is definitely something you could definitely use in a scenario. Do you think the match is going to be chaos?
And just know Travis Scott is in Vegas right now.
Well, I think that probably sells it with that. So, right, Leo, we've saved you for last.
Oh, by the way, Triple H. Triple H himself even confirmed that Travis Scott is going to be there, so you know he's getting involved somehow.
Well, fair enough. So, right, Leo, you're the last guy left. You wanted to save yourself for last. You've got a lot to say, and believe me, we can't wait to hear what you got to say, man. Out of this whole sort of situation, out of this whole sort of everything, for this match, for the most important match of the year, what do you got to say?
Well, everybody was very emotional for the most part. I'm gonna be mostly reserved. Here's what I'll say: like the moment of Cena's turn, I was left flabbergasted. Like not since the streak breaking have I been left with just been left with like I don't even know what the heck to say. Yes, the heel run has not been great on Cena's end because Hollywood commitments, but the promo work has been phenomenal because Cena is still one of the greatest promos of all time. And Cody has held his own against him on the mic, and I know a lot of people are like crapping on his reign. Here's the thing: a lot of baby faces in wrestling do better chasing the belt than actually holding it. But I'll give him this. I don't think Cody's run as WWE champion has been bad. It's been fair at best. Because a lot of his matches are great. The build to those matches have been, but it is what it is. Now, as to what I think of this match, I think it'll be the most sports entertainment match of the whole weekend. Like this has a lot of implications of what could happen for the future. Now I know, aside from Black Negan saying, "Oh, he just wants Cena to lose just to be petty to our one friend who's the biggest fan that we know." Here's what I'm gonna say: Cody Rhodes should defeat John Cena. Not because I'm Cody's biggest fan or anything. I'm a fan of his, but I'll even say it, I'm a bigger fan of Cena than Cody. However, Cody should defeat John Cena for John Cena's sake. And I know what you're thinking. What the heck do you mean by that, Leo? And what I mean by that is, in a kayfabe sense, John said, when I win, I'm going to be breaking this record, and then I'm going to retire with this, and nothing you can do for it. So, honestly, if I was John Cena, I beat Cody, I win this 17th world title, breaking the record. The question is, why the hell am I going to stick around? I've already got what I wanted. I'm going off in the sunset. In the immortal words of Jim Cornette, John Cena should just say, thank you, fuck you, bye, and leave. But if he loses, and if he does lose, it shouldn't be clean. It should be like a big old crazy mess. He's now got a reason to want to stick around. Okay, this did not work out how I wanted, or the plan that was in motion that I had with Rock and whatnot. Now I've got to go even harder and go further to getting what I want, what I need. If I'm John Cena, and that is that world title to finally break the record, it is going to become a necessity. And you have the rest of this year to tell that story. And I know, you should do it right away. If Cena wins immediately at WrestleMania, there's no reason to want to stick around and do the story of him dropping the belt, because why would he want to drop the belt? He won it, might as well fuck up to Hollywood and keep it. But if he loses, he has that whole journey, and to me, the story of a desperate and clean John Cena to break this record that he desperately wants is a lot more engaging. And I know that, but what about Cody? His reign he's gone over a year. Like, okay, there's still plenty of other superstars that he could face after. You can do the rematch like at SummerSlam or hell even before that, and have Cena like maybe win it around there, and then, or if it's me, you wait till December. He wins it there, and then his final match is him winning the title and then going away. That's just me. I mean, I'm okay if Cena wins as long as they know what they're doing with it afterwards. But I personally feel that the more engaging outcome would be Cody to defeat John Cena for that very reason I just explained.
I tell you, man, that is definitely a good way to go with it. Like,
I don't know. For, like a lot of people are gonna be like, oh, like, hate on me and whatnot. Like, I don't want you to agree with me. I'm just wanting you to understand where I'm coming from.
Yeah, and like, fair enough. Like, this whole match, there are so many ways you can go with it, and so many directions that it is hard to predict this match, but it's kind of hard to predict that you really want.
It really is. You know, that's the whole deal about WrestleMania weekend is there's a bunch of shit going on and a lot of different directions it could go. Nothing's ever as easy or predictable as you might think it is. Unless, of course, you're Brock Lesnar, Roman Reigns at WrestleMania 34.
Oh, yeah.
Regardless, that concludes the predictions of WrestleMania 41. That concludes the season premiere of the Losers Lounge podcast, and I hope everybody here has really been enjoying it.
Oh, hell yeah.
We hope you guys really enjoyed this one, because this was our longest episode, and believe me, we had so much fun making this.
Oh, fuck yeah, we did. It's always a fucking pleasure, dude.
You guys deserve it.
Very
Go
long.
on the rants and you screaming. We love you guys.
Indeed. And of course, well, the one thing, of course, that is to be said is, sometimes decisions have to be made about things.
Yeah.
So.
Like the decision that TYLORE is actually Scandinavian, right?
Yeah, pretty much. So, anyways, I hope everybody.
Word that he's Australian.
So, anyways, I really hope everybody enjoys WrestleMania weekend. We will be back on this podcast again to talk Backlash. Backlash St. Louis.
Yeah. Which, considering the potential directions that world title could go, I'm intrigued to see what could happen for Backlash.
I'm intrigued to see what could happen for the rest of this year, because the one thing I'm excited to talk about is the first ever 2-night SummerSlam.
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I'm also intrigued to see the big event they're doing in Perth as well. Like, I probably won't be able to make it to that, but I'm intrigued to see what they do for that.
Perhaps.
Yeah, Perth, Wales.
Perth, Wales? Oh, my God. But anyways, folks, thank you very much for joining us. And Heel Balor, as always, you give us the right outro.
He almost said intro, but there you go. Well, we're the Losers, and this is our lounge. We hope you all enjoy what we do here, and we'll see you on the next one. Enjoy WrestleMania weekend. Enjoy professional wrestling. We're the Losers, and this is our lounge. We'll see you on the next one. Peace.